your pencils ready, let's start the show. Travel draws here, time to let it flow. We'll sketch and laugh, won't you come along? With every stroke we'll sing our song. Travel draw, let your imagination soar. Travel draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Travel draw for everyone. From silly doodles to masterpieces bright, we'll make something special day and night. Colors explode with each new design. In Travel draw, it's always fine. Travel draw, let your imagination soar. Travel draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Travel draw for everyone. So grab a brush or a pen or a crayon. Make a mark any way you can. In this world of shapes and lines, we'll see creativity shine. Travel draw, let your imagination soar. Travel draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Travel draw for everyone.
This is gonna be a tough one. So as like we did last week, I didn't have a subject until I really sat down and watched a podcast on Sunday night that I've been meaning to get to. Starring a man I actually have followed for a few months on YouTube, and their investigation into a situation and report or revelation, and be sort of the whistleblower in this, and it's kind of sour having to cover this. Tonight's stream may not be suitable for many people. It's going to be a subject tonight that, frankly, pisses me off that it happens. I find there's no greater scum in this world, and I am not gonna do a warning on this stream because it doesn't need one. Normally when I put up the warning, it's a matter of we're talking about a situation where we can't see the evidence. We can see the evidence in this case. And anybody who's coming out there and saying, oh, well, the Buffalo public schools is in the right, and you know, they're doing the right thing. Absolute bullshit, to be exact. I'm not gonna watch my words tonight. The greatest scum on earth is those that abuse children. And if Buffalo School wants to protect abusers, then their system needs to be shut down. I'd rather kids be living off the freaking street learning than freaking being abused in the school. Or going unreported due to the school's action. This is absolutely an absurd case. And this is going to have me as infuriated as I've been when we did the Mr. Beast allegation and covered that. There's no excuse for this crap. None. And it's worse, in my opinion, than Mr. Beast because we're talking about several incidences all being covered up by Buffalo Public Schools. Buffalo, New York, for those who don't know which one we're talking about. And the fact that they are attacking the whistleblower, a man by the name of Richard High, otherwise known as Angrycops on YouTube, is infuriating. And It's disgusting. It really is. And New York, you're allowing this crap to happen. It's not just in their schools, it's in your streets. New Yorkers, wake the fuck up. You're allowing the criminals to run your state. Literally, the criminals running your state. You're letting them out of jail, you're letting them run the streets, and continuously commit crimes. You need to be punishing your criminals. And if you will not do this, I would all be for support for our federal government, run by our current president, to bring in the military to take over your state for you. Because clearly, you cannot do your damn job. I'm looking at you, Letitia James, AG of New York. Ma'am, you have been a disgrace for the state of New York. Step the fuck down by this point. First, we had the whole issue of you conveniently running intentionally to go against a man who's the president of the United States because you just wanted to try and mess with the elections. That is literally what you did. That is proven evidence at this point. Then we add into the concept that you, and this is more in my purview because it's in my home state, you lied about your own property. You know, what you lied about when you brought Trump to trial, you lied about his property because you said it was only, what, 18 million for the freaking estate that is Mar-a-Lago, a historical site located on the beaches of Miami that is larger than most homes in the entire city, that has a property larger than freaking building complexes in the city. And you lied about that value. Then you lied about your own home's value to try and get more money. Oh, and the home is not in your home state. It's in the state of Virginia. Yes, folks, I live in the state of Virginia, for those who don't know. And now, if you do not act on this shit that's going on in your state, in Buffalo, New York, then, ma'am, you are an absolute disgrace and should never freaking see a law courtroom outside of being the freaking person being persecuted ever again. I will not tolerate child abuse, child sexual things. And we're not, this video is never going to get monetized. This video might be demonetized and absolutely hidden away by YouTube and Twitch. I don't freaking care. It'll also be available on Twitter for those watching. It'll also be available on our Instagram. If they don't want to keep this up, that's fine with me. I'm pretty sure Twitter will. Because this is absurd, and the world freaking needs to know more about this. So, tonight is going to be a very angry and rage-filled scene, at least until the third hour, which we will do our usual request, drawing. But don't expect much drawing in the first 2 hours, because we've got a lot to cover. And I am boiling with rage as I've gone through this story. So, let's start with basically introducing ourselves to the man who brought this report forward. Angrycops, Richard High of the Buffalo Special Victims Unit, who brought this case and other cases, because he's revealed other cases that he could reveal that Buffalo Public Schools has been hiding and putting away, and it is freaking pissed off. Simple Puck, thank you for joining me. We cannot accept this kind of things. So, Angrycops, let me bring up so first off, here's Angrycops' YouTube channel. Follow him, he's worth it. I subscribed it. He's usually funny, he usually has some great content. I followed him originally for this old crack house content, which was hilarious, which is him rebuilding a house that he bought that was literally a crack house and renovating it to now be a decent home. But he also, being a member of the military, I don't know if he still is a member of the military, but he has been over the years, been a member of the military, a drill sergeant, and a police officer. And he's also been a member of the FBI, dealing with special victims, meaning child crimes particularly. How any detective, in my opinion, goes through and handles that kind of case in their life, I don't know. The moment I got on one of those cases and dealt with something like this, I would have freaking thrown a punch, if not done worse, at the first scum that I come across. I can't be a cop, because that's what I would be. I would immediately get fired, because this is a disgrace. And the news we'll be showing later is just even freaking worse. So what the Buffalo school system is doing by Tom Knighton over here on Town Hall. So we're going to go over this little story and then we'll get to some drawing. So warning, this piece covers some sensitive topics involving the violence against children. If this is something you can't handle, consider yourself warned. So let me turn off the AC so you guys don't get that noise in the background. There are problems with public schools, we know it. And I've beaten that drum various times over the years. I've been a huge school choice supporter for some time. However, not all public school systems are created equal. That is why some schools are kind of thing people move into a community for, and others that need to be burned to the ground and earth salted afterward. Some are what I would consider evil. From what I've learned recently, the schools of Buffalo, New York are in the latter category. Over the weekend, Buffalo SVU detective Rich Hyde, known for social media as Angrycops, was featured in a special episode of the Unsubscribed podcast. There he unveiled the significant problems with the school there, in particular how they're explicitly and actively working to protect people who hurt children. That is the least of what has been unveiled. Unsubscribed and the Autism Army are wrecking house. Their school system has no idea who they're messing with. Exactly. Subscribe to Unsubscribed podcast too. Great guys. Military men, one politician, and Rich is on there regularly too. So, during the podcast, Detective Hyde, at times fighting to maintain composure, described several troubling examples of his allegations. One of the examples was a case he was directly investigated in his role with the SVU. He expressed the concerns of the whistleblower report could negatively impact his career in the law enforcement. Hyde began with the incident that at the Dr. Charles R. See, he didn't mention the school. Dr. Charles R. Drew Science Magnet Elementary School attached to the Buffalo Museum of Science. That's the school he talks about in that. There is a school that is attached to the Buffalo Science Museum. That the school that is attached to the Buffalo Science Museum has doors that can go from the Science Museum into the school. Those doors are not locked. New York, you have a problem with school shootings? You know, you're saying, oh, you need to be secure? How about securing your freaking doors? Those doors are not locked. Individuals can go right into them, right? A stranger danger, right? And that can happen. So a stranger went into the school. It's a grade school. It's a very low school, meaning you're talking elementary school students. We're talking children from the ages of 4 to 5 up to 10 to 11. And this person grabbed a male and female child. So it goes into the school, grabs a young female child and a male child, and tries to leave. This is an abduction case, folks. And I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna parcel this story up in the kind of way that can inform the information came in. At first, the information that came in was there was one female child that was it was kind of an attempted abduction. There was no report about the second child. Kind of a big deal. The second child, the boy, had pissed himself, and when his parents came, I paused to compose himself before continuing. When his parents came to pick him up, the school did not disclose to the parents that the child was part of an attempted abduction. So when the parents asked him, why did my kid piss his pants in school, the teachers and the people in charge of school did not tell them there was an attempted abduction with their freaking child. The school then deleted the video of the attempted abduction. So they actively hid evidence of this situation. And the article that mentioned it here, Rich went on and the Unsubscribed podcast and said, the only reason this came to freaking light was a good Samaritan that did see that video, recorded that video on their phone. But because of New York law, that's inadmissible. Because the school will not acknowledge that that's from their video cameras. The district attorney's office only got it because somebody within the school withheld the record and gave it to them. The district attorney's office had sent subpoenas, so like the court-ordered documents from judges that are signed to the school's legal representatives, and those representatives have intentionally not responded to them. People need to get their ass arrested. Right then and there. If they are withholding evidence, they are purposely destroying evidence, those people need to go to jail and be punished as equals to this attempted abductor. Now here's where the weird thing, which is, like, this is a big issue, right? Is one specific one, is the one that sent me over the edge. Obviously, I'm emotional about this. This is still high talking about this whole situation. The biggest issue of this entire story, well, one of the issues of the entire story, when subpoenaed, the legal representatives of the Buffalo School Department are ignoring subpoenas and not just responding to them, but being obstructionists and actually giving information to school administrators and school personnel not to talk to the police. I heard that on Sunday afternoon after our stream, and my blood boiled. And I was like, this is our stream for Tuesday. There's no other way to cover it. This has to be blazed about on social media because it's the only way it's getting out there. Because there's a lot of news stories that we'll be going over later today, later in this report, that are trying to bury this shit. And it goes to show the media's complicitness and to hiding and allowing crimes and abuse to go on. So I applaud Angrycops, Richard High, and I applaud Unsubscribed for covering this. They've done 2 big podcasts now on it. And Angrycops addressed the media attacks on that podcast from yesterday. So, this is so mind-numbingly infuriating, and I'm going to try and draw. I mean, we're drawing Demon Blade, so we're drawing some series that covers deep, dark subjects of problems, especially childhood problems, in the story. But at the same time, it's mind-numbing that a school district can get away with this shit. It really is. He's still a reserved drill sergeant, police officer, YouTuber, works on subscribed guys with content and prepper boxing. Good. So, yeah, I didn't know if he was still a drill sergeant. I know he was having... last time I heard about his drill sergeants, he was up for review in the military, mainly because the last time he did some drill sergeant work, he was like... There were some arguments against him, which... comes with the territory, from what I understand, of drill sergeants. I have never been in the military. I would never have been approved for the military because of my own health issues. But, I mean, I have utmost respect for anybody who served with honor. I mean, some with dishonor, depending on what the dishonor was about, you know. But anybody who's supported, I absolutely wholeheartedly support. So yeah, I have subscribed to Unsubscribed Podcast, and I have subscribed to Angrycops. Well, I was already subscribed to part of Angrycops' videos, but not all of his videos. And now I'm officially subscribed to all of his videos because the man generally, I swear, he's generally doing fun stuff, humor, you know, silly stuff, but he does address issues of the military, which I feel continuously get washed over by the news media as well, and should be addressed. And it's not like, oh, just you know, right side, left side, and he covers both. I mean, he's called out Hedgeseth for some of the funny stuff that's going on that's gotten in their news report that the media was willing to cover, but he's also covered stuff that happened in the last administration, and I respect people when they call out both sides. I really do. But yeah, when we're talking about a situation like this, the people that are actively trying to hide stuff, like the school board here, it's the reason why I have no respect, and I've always wondered. It's like, fortunately, I have not personally, to my knowledge, known anybody who's gone through issues with the school. Now, I say that my own school district that I grew up in has had similar issues with sexual involvement, abuse cases, and I'm not too happy about them neither. I'm calling you out, Chesterfield County. You've had one too many cases that get reported here and here in Virginia, and that's the district I grew up in. You need, teachers in general need to be thoroughly vetted, in my opinion. And while some people will be like, oh, well, you're trans, you should support, you know, attacks against trans people and teachers and whatnot, and gays. It's like, no, you're there to teach. You're there to teach your students and teach them an actual education. Let them learn math. Let them learn how to read. Let them learn how to do science. Teach them actual things that are crucial in this world. Let them know how to cook a meal. Let them know how to handle a bank account. Learn about our history. Learn why we exist, how we exist, what's happening. I come from a long line of public school teachers. A long line. My grandmother on one of my parents' side, I have 4 because my family got divorced and remarried, and all of them are wonderful people, but one of my grandmothers was a teacher of one of the members of Apollo 13's children during the time of Apollo 13. I can only imagine what she had to go through. And you're talking back in the 60s of that case. But to have a situation these days, 100% the curiousness, the percentage increase in wood chipper sales in Buffalo. Asking for a friend. Absolutely. Wood chipper sales need to be going up. A lot of people are a fan of the wood chipper scenario. I'm all for, I've talked about it last week, I'll talk about it again. Nux had the wonderful idea of aliens versus predators. I have always stood by because I think it was a George Carlin joke to begin with. Paid per view. Make this sucker a paid per view program to pay off tax dollars. Build up an arena and let the freaking scum of the earth, particularly child predators, murderers, mass murderers, that stuff, have at it. Go at it with each other. And whoever lives, we treat them better. But I have no respect for those kind of people. I really don't. And I mean, mass murders, we can all agree, is like that sucks. That's just, we don't want to look at it when it's gang crime, but that is also a concept of mass murder, and we don't focus that on that. And that's a whole different subject for another day. But these are cases of we're not getting the evidence reported when it should be to the right authorities. You have people actively standing in the way of helping children that supposedly work with children. And having been through traumatic experiences in my own life, having dealt with other people and talked with other people of traumatic experiences and how childhood is probably the greatest point where most of your experiences come through. Pretty much will show you in life how just disgusting the world can be. I can see, Daniel, I don't know why it hadn't come up on my screen, but I can see you said series for Pepperbox, good. I'm not subscribed to Pepperbox right now. I can't really afford to take on any new subscriptions in my life. But I definitely support, hey, if you can do it. I hear they've got some great programs. You have to be more into, I believe, military for that channel, but I could be wrong. But yeah, subscribe to them, absolutely. Just give them your money, support them, because they are doing good things. But yeah, we need to be persecuting people again. And New York that's why I started and I called out Letitia James more than anything. Because New York is the worst offender. Them in California are the worst offenders in this. Where, I'll call out another one. I'll call out Oregon. We have the story of Demon Blade take place in Oregon. Because one, I like the environment, but two, it also relates to statistics and other things that were needed to be part of the story. But when you have states and judges that want to be buddy-buddy with criminals and let them off easy, be like, oh, well, you pay, you paid for your crime. Now, there are cases, yes, where severe punishment is being done that shouldn't be. I literally just watched a video about 2 hours ago covering modern-day slavery in the United States done by penal systems, where we're still having sort of the old chain gang work out environments, and those are disgusting. You shouldn't be doing that. But at the same time, you want to have criminals sort of reforming, but there are some criminals that will not be able to be reformed. But we're seeing these days, we're not even getting to the reforming phase. It's like, oh, no. We can't let these things happen. Well, having served, I can tell dirtbags from service as much as anywhere else. I said my brothers and sisters in arms have respect until they lose it. Exactly. There are people in the military. There are people behind both, police uniforms, rescue uniforms, and fireman uniforms. I think those are pretty much cover all our major EMT or EMT sort of emergency situations that are scum as well. But at the same time, I've always been on this mindset, and I can give this credit to a man who's no longer with us, Doc Thompson, who used to be a he was a radio host, radio jockey / podcaster, who was with Richmond here, which, yes, I'm in Richmond, Virginia. Was in the area for a couple of years, and he had this wonderful story. It's like situation, whenever these cop situations came up, he's like, I support the cop until the evidence shows otherwise. Once the evidence shows otherwise, the cop needs to be facing the punishment double, because then they are violating their oath, they are violating what they've done, and it is absolutely disgusting that they're using the badge as a means to punish criminals or mistreat people. And I am absolutely behind that. If there's a case of a police officer in the wrong, and you have to prove it now. You do have to prove it. You can't just make accusations and be like, oh, well, there's no proof to that. It's like, or I heard this. It's like, no, you need proof. One of the reasons I hadn't really touched upon the Carlo Anthony case on the streams is because I honestly don't have any doubts about the case. I admit, yeah, he's a killer, because he admitted he's a killer. But I want the evidence to fully show that. And unlike other people, I'm not going to go on here and be like, oh, hey, this person's a total scum. It's like, look, we don't know what was going on through Carlo's mindset, but he definitely is scum, in my opinion. Mind you, he could be have a mental problem. I could all believe that, but that's another case for another trial. We'll talk about that maybe when it comes up to trial. It's an issue for then. I know I'm holding back on a few other situations that are more a matter of just I want the trials to go through, which is Johnny Somali. I want to talk about. But that I'm saving for the court cases to come to their end. They've been going through, and they're still going through in Korea, and pretty much as it is, his ass is going to jail. It's just for how long is it going to be going to jail? And from what I understand with that case is Korea's letting him have at it and just digging his grave even deeper in that case. And that's a case of someone being a total ass overseas, getting what he deserves, and going to jail. And we'll touch more upon that when there's something more to talk about in that case. For right now, it's more a matter of I just be doing the same thing that some of the other channels that are better than me can handle on that. So it's not really going to be me in the Raw talking about that issue as more me covering the subject and coming in with a little bit of a cooler head. This is one of those situations where you can't hide. And yeah, we're at 8:30, so let's hit some of these first. So, new details on the Buffalo detectives' accusations of cover-ups and abuse in the public schools. So, this is the initial report on the April the 28th. That was done by Buffalo 7. Now, I will say, there is one Buffalo newspaper or news media I couldn't get into and show them here because they want, they hide their stuff behind a paywall. I ain't paying a paywall to cover a story that's pretty clear. So Buffalo, New York, and it goes on about the Richard High case and whatnot. We're taking a closer look into the cases highlighted in the public school officials failing to protect the children, obstructing police. We're taking a closer look into the two cases highlighted on the Unsubscribed podcast. Back in February, the Buffalo police arrested a 30-year-old Shane Cornyn of Lombard, Illinois, after he allegedly entered Dr. Charles R. Drew Science Magnet School and approached a student. As the assistant principal tried to intervene, and Cornyn allegedly punched and shoved the assistant principal. Police said they found Cornyn hiding inside the Buffalo Museum of Science, which is adjacent to the school. High told 7 News that there's not much more to the story. He said that Cornyn tried to abduct 2 children at the school, a girl and a boy, but the school never told the boy's family about the abduction and the attempt. He also said there is evidence that the school erased from the school's surveillance video of the incidents, but someone in the school took cell phone video of that incident and gave it to investigators. So what started out as an investigation where there was no video evidence and 1 victim per school ended up being that there was video evidence. High told 7 News in an interview on Saturday night. It was deleted by the school and given to the school's district attorney office by somebody that worked at the school then, and the moment only after the moment. When the district attorney was looking at the video, determined that there was a second child victim, and the assistant district attorney had to notify the family of the child that, hey, your son was nearly abducted this day. You have to get a police investigation to inform parents their child was at threat. That's absurd. That is on the schools. That should be the school's priority number 1, because you're supposed to take care of the child. High also talked about another case, one he personally investigated. So this was one he goes on to later. So in October, he said he had a girl at Buffalo High School went to her counselor to say her father had been beating her. I said the counselor did not call the authorities, even though she had mandated or maintained the reporter of the child's abuse, or maintained the report of the child's abuse. Typo with whoever wrote this. High said the girl went to the second time, showed her cell phone footage that showed the evidence of the abuse, but High said that even then the counselor did not report it. It's twice now. Twice. This girl tried to report physical abuse, and this school counselor, scum, would not report it. It was only until the 3rd time, and this is when High got involved in this case. 3rd time, when the child comes to school, black and blue, literally in the morning, where the child immediately is in an emergency situation. You can remove the child from the parent's custody, and that's what it had to be done. Now, they're not stating this, but if you listen to the podcast of High says, Dad was a member of the Bloods. So, you're talking a gang member father who beat his child. And when the child reports it, the school basically said, oh, well, the kid lies. That's literally what the counselor was like, oh, the kid lies. That's what they put in the report. People say I'm just a fool for holding on to dreams so I cannot tell you how many times, if this kind of crap happened, it didn't. These are reports that we're getting. I have other, I think two more incidences that I have up here in reports that I was able to find in just like about an hour's research of abuse cases in the school district. And we're not talking like long ago. We're talking this year. And we're in May? The beginning of May? This is just... So, the spokesperson for Buffalo Public Schools issued the following statement over the weekend in response to Hayes' accusations. Buffalo Public School District is aware of the unfortunate and untrue recent allegations circulating around in an online video. The district is prepared to vigorously address these untruths. The district has prioritized the safety and security of its students and staff over every day. If you're talking about cops, sounds like awful like a lot like a donut operator. I worked security. I have never been an officer of the law. Needless, because I've been an asthmatic for most of my life, so it's kind of hard to get into those situations. Plus, then you add on other health issues like gastroparesis. It's not in the cards for me to wear a badge and be reliant as an emergency service person, because my body just does not take to it well. Doesn't take to much things well, to be honest. The school district has prioritized the safety and security of its students. Then why was the door unlocked for an abduction case that we have evidence for? BPS is the second largest district in New York State, with some 60 schools, 30,000 students, and 70,000 staff. And any transgressions that may have happened are handled swiftly and serious with integrity, fairness, and empathy. Buffalo Public Schools remains a close and professional relationship with the Buffalo Police Department and means to ensure the safety and priority. Now, if you listen to the podcast, Rich went on about telling, hey, here's how they hide and obscure these reports. Basically, they're like, oh, well, we're not officially making a report, so it never goes investigated. So there's no crime to report if it's never reported. And if you want to be like, oh, well, I'll believe public schools. We already have evidence here that they're hiding it. They're hiding these evidence. They're not reporting these incidences. So we don't even need to go by their word. Because the evidence is already there that they did not report it. And for this reason alone, the school district, they need a clean house. They really do. Anybody freaking in charge in these schools, and especially that elementary school, their asses need to be fired and never hired again in a child handling situation. There is another incident, and I believe Rich did cover this a little bit in the second one that I came across, that involved I believe it was a principal in a Buffalo school that may have been a predator himself, and instead of really, taking care of the problem, they kind of just brushed it under the belt and just kept moving him around, being like, "Oh, hey, you know, we'll just put this away, and you know, you can look at it elsewhere, and then we can talk about it." Like, yeah. He's no longer working in this district. That's one of my. I just called out. You know, I called out Chesterfield County. They did that. They did the same thing. They moved a problem principal from one school to another to hide them away. And it wasn't resolving the issue. It's they're hiding someone who is thoroughly an issue causer, and it's mainly because of unions, teachers unions. And we can talk about unions in night and day another day, of how much good and bad they do. But yeah. Like I said, this was not going to be a stream for where we weren't going to be touching upon cases of dramatic and dark tensions. This definitely is not a stream for me to be humorous and laugh and yucks about, like we sometimes do. Except it will be in the last 3 hours, or the third and fourth hour. The third and fourth hour, we'll be covering a much happier subject as we are drawing a request for the week. But yeah. Cause I don't know's warped inside your mind. A blinking eye, a swirling. And so, yeah, just dealing with these kind of situations. Any trauma is just disgusting. Alright. Have to get ready for work. FYI, JD delayed stream starts in 15 minutes or so. He should have more info on the AC issues. He's been on the phone, contact with both AC and Nick, aka the Fat Electrician. Good. Tune in for it. I mean, honestly, yeah. If you want to leave the stream and catch that, that's more information. I have a commitment, of course, to keep doing our art on here, because it's literally what the show is. It's dribble and draw. We talk about a subject. Usually we try to do something a little bit more fun. I hope next week will be fun, because we've covered a couple of deep issues for the past few weeks. And yeah, I promise I'll search for something fun next week. If nothing else, we'll do the CIA one I've been holding on for about half a year, if not a year, on that's about old stuff the CIA. Well, I mean, actually, we did the alien one about 2 weeks ago. We did the alien one, so that was not topical. I mean, that was silly and ridiculous. And hey, if you want to hear about weird theories of where aliens originate from, not of our, well, some of them were. I can go and check that out from 2 weeks ago. But yeah, trying to deal with a subject like this, there's no easy way about it. I had to turn the AC back on. It's just killing me. The heat coming off. Living in the South does that. It's the heat comes and the heat goes. But yeah, so we'll cover a little bit more of this, but let's calm tempers down. Let's calm it down before we get even more enraged about, you know, New York and the crap they do. But let's talk about childhood trauma a little bit. So I can speak a little bit from this, as somebody who writes through it, you know, uses it as a story element for stories like Demon Blade, or for having lived it in some ways. In my case is, be it fears that were brought on by accidents, or actual, horrible bullying in my case. The trauma sticks with you, and it lives with you for years. And when you're talking about a situation like these, you're talking about the worst case scenarios for kids. This is the stuff that will traumatize a kid to become destructive in self-destruction, or in basically continuing the problems that they went through in other people's lives. And what? Oh no, that's right. And to write about that kind of stuff, you gotta go on very dark subjects. And I mean, when I was writing Demon Blade 5th chapter, which covered the main character's own childhood trauma, or at least one of their major childhood traumas, I had to go to the hospital because my gastroparesis, which was undiagnosed at the time, was so severe I needed to be treated. And I went to the major hospital of my area, medical college, and I was in there, and it took them probably 2 hours to get me injected, to get medication, to get fluids in me, because part of the problem is with gastroparesis, it dehydrates, my body dehydrates, it just, throws out liquids. I literally have a liquid, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I have liquid in front of me. I'm supposed to be drinking it because I will dehydrate. Because basically, when my body expels everything, it expels everything that I need in my body. On top of, the pain getting to that point. But, so I'm in the hospital, and they felt that what I was really there for was depression. Now, mind you, when you go through, and in my case I went through 10 years. I went through about 10 years undiagnosed of this situation. So they didn't know what was causing it. All they knew was my stomach would bleed internally, and that I'd have horrific cramps that would make me basically feel like, the only way I can describe it is alien chest burster moments, where the pain is ripping through my body. And I'm here in the hospital, and it's basically like, well, we're gonna have to do some, examination. We might have to keep you over tonight. I'm like, yeah, sure. Then they're like, oh, well, we're gonna give you some morphine. It's like, sure. Then they start diagnosing me with depression, saying I'm depressed. And at the same time, I'm explaining, yeah, I'm a cartoonist. I'm showing my work. And the doctor who's seeing me, who's the director of the gastro, department of this college, is the one that's claiming because of my work, I was depressed, and I was showing this in my comic work. I'm like, no, this is the story that's being told. This didn't happen to me. This is, an element through a child's story that this child, now 17 in the story, is having to deal with. And it's about trauma. So yes, it's going to be dark. And you have to write it dark to be dark. And so my own comic was going to send me into mental institution for telling a story of a drama of, childhood trauma. And it made me laugh, but at the same time, this same doctor was like, hey, give them morphine, and because I was like, no, I am not depressed, they kicked me out of the hospital after giving me morphine. So, as a person who had to drive themselves to the hospital, now having to drive themselves away from the hospital on morphine, because a doctor is like, oh, well, you're depressed. It's like, no, I'm not depressed. I'm in pain. Stop the pain. And he didn't want to address the pain. And it's like, you. And I honestly hope that doctor's been fired, because they did diagnose me 10 years later at that hospital. It took 8 hours of testing me on one test to be like, you're not digesting this. And I'm like, really? And they're like, you have gastroparesis because you're not digesting food. And I'm like, oh, is that what that is? Good to finally know. So if this doctor had done his damn job when he was treating me, I think this would have been 2020, and I got diagnosed in 2024. So we're talking, another 4 years. If they had diagnosed me 4 years earlier, actually looked at my case, treated me properly, I would have at least been able to control the pain by then. I mean, still, they're bad days, and I'm going through a bad day. Today, it's partially my own fault. I'm like, okay, I need to exercise. So today I was like, I'm going to get up. I'm not going to eat anything. I'm going to go out, exercise, do my walk. I go and walk about a mile, come home, and I feel like just everything drained from me. And that's how I feel when my health is acting up poorly. And that's what it was. So today, I questioned about doing this stream, but at the same time, I'm like, no, this subject needs to be talked about. So, we're going to get back to it. We're going to get back to talking about it, get away from drawing mine for a moment. And we're going to talk about, we talked a little bit about the response from the Buffalo School District. So this is Buffalo 4 now reporting this. So we had 7. We're going to come back to 7 a little bit for 2 other stories, but we'll touch upon this. So Buffalo schools respond to allegations of not reporting sexual assaults and abuse. Buffalo schools responded to allegations Saturday made by the Buffalo police detective on a podcast. The school intentionally did not report sexual assaults and abuse. Detective Richard High took the Unsubscribed podcast, which is based in Texas, and around 679,000 subscribers on YouTube, made accusations. The video clip was posted on Saturday and amassed around 680,000 views, 72,000 likes, and over 10,000 comments as of Monday afternoon. So this was not this past weekend, but the weekend before last, so people know. While on the podcast, High alleged BPS intentionally did not report sexual assaults between students and deleted the video attempted abduction of two young children in school grounds and failed to make reports of the students who had been physically abused by their father multiple times. BPS said in a statement posted online they were aware of the allegations and prepared to vigorously address the untruths. Their district prioritized the safety and security of its students and every day, so we kind of covered that already. High accused attorneys of obstructing police from receiving information to the schools, and the BPS legal representatives intentionally not responding to requests for information regarding the assaults and abuse. Detective High is a passionate detective in the Buffalo Police Department who prioritized the well-being of the city, most vulnerable victims. John Davis, president of Buffalo Police Benevolent Association, said in a statement. As a member of the U.S. Armed Forces and law enforcement, he does not shy from the work he does and maintains his physical and mental health. His most recent podcast shows his passion for the job and dedication to his mental health. Detective High is a valued member of the Buffalo PBA, so Buffalo Police, and has our support. Now, I do want to state, this was not this weekend, this was last weekend, because stuff happens between these that they try to basically defame and denote High as we go through this. High was formerly known as Angrycop. No, he's not formerly. He is Angrycop. He still is. He still does his videos. He still does his stuff as Angrycop. There's nothing different. I just watched this video that he did this weekend that did not involve all this. It was his meme review. I watched that one. But has been suspended multiple times in investigation by multiple police departments. So, yeah, we're getting into the defamation here. Case. Disciplinary records by WV News 4 obtained through Freedom of Information Law request in 2022. The reasons listed for the investigations were his social media activity used to force complaints and visual off-duty contact. One report stated High and an off-duty West Serica officer were watching kids make a rap video in September 2016. High then headbutted one of the children in the face because he refused to tell High his cell phone password according to records. High addresses this was not, oh, the kid was just there and he needed access. High was asking for access to his cell phone. This kid apparently was going around and beating things with his skateboard. Literally beating people and things, to the point that there were several incidences of people reporting this to the police. And High's like, no, this needs to stop. That is what that whole situation is. And when they say kid, this was a 17-year-old street punker. You know, it's not a kid, he's a gang member, 17-year-old. Kid. He's kid in name only. 17 years old, you can be tried as an adult, essentially, for crimes that basically this kid is doing. He's doing assault cases. In September 2020, a video recording of High punching a black man and squatting on his chest for several minutes until officers arrived. High accused the man. Okay, no, alright, I've got it mixed up. So there's another incident. It's two different incidences. I don't remember the exact crime the kid was doing, but again, that was 17-year-old. The man was above that age, and he was going around swinging his skateboard in multiple. He says High accused him, but it was multiple reports of this case of accused. So Internal Affairs then exonerated High a year later. So it was exonerated. The only reasons High is listed in the podcast for BPS allegedly not reporting the assaults and abuse was a fear from the employees of losing their jobs and stepping out of line. So basically, the school is trying to protect its staff from not losing their jobs by hiding reports. That's the crux of it. And this news media, Channel 4, WIBV, is using biasism to try and, punch down High and be like, oh, no, the school district's in the right. No, this is still not in the right, folks. This is basically this news media covering for the school board and trying to defame the law officer bringing this crap into the light. So it's flat out just disgusting. PBS said in its statement, it maintains a close and professional relationship with BPD and ensures the safety and priority. Yeah, sure. In the statement, the Erie District Attorney's Office said they were aware of the comments of High made in an unsubscribed podcast. They said committed an investigation persecution of children. While we understand the statements and risen concerns about the safety and well-being of the children in our community, Our office cannot comment at the times and compromise any potential investigation that may relate to those public comments. The statement read, additionally, some statements made during the podcast involved ongoing criminal case, and our office does not comment on any matter currently pending prosecution. The BPD said in a statement that is aware of the concerns raised by Hyde. We are committed to conducting thorough investigations to ensure transparency and accountability. The department said, while we are unable to comment on specific details due to pending investigation, protecting the safety and well-being of our community youth names top priority, we will work diligently with all stakeholders to uphold the trust that's placed in us. So, in my opinion, this is a very junky report from WIVB 4. I'm guessing in Buffalo because they're reporting it from Buffalo. Just goes to prove that these people probably have their bias and want to put it in the news report and cover teachers that are allowing this shit to happen. And it's inexcusable. It really is. We'll cover one more here before we go back. We'll come back to this. This is Angrycops himself on his Facebook doing a video thanking people, and I'll have that at the end of hour 2. So we'll come back to that. So I said I had different ones. Buffalo public schools safety concerns rise as teachers injured in student fights. This is 3 weeks ago, folks. 3 weeks ago. A series of violent altercations in Buffalo public schools has risen to concerns among educators and staff, with at least 3 recent student fights resulting in injuries that required teachers to seek medical attention. Marco Bruno, a teacher at Riverside School and a representative of Buffalo Teachers Foundation, said that while the student fights are nothing new, the frequency and severity of these recent incidents, coupled with which he described a lack of adequate response from the district, mark a dangerous turning point. Well, gee, why would there be an ethical response or inadequate response that may or may not be connected to the story we've been covering? Maybe the school's not reporting it to the police, and the police aren't doing anything about it. I don't think most people would connect. No, absolutely, there's a freaking connection. So they're trying to hide, one end, the school's trying to hide things that happen. At the same end, they're trying to be like, oh, we're reporting this incident, we're reporting it, yes. They don't want to have those students who are doing the right thing every single day further traumatized by a small minority of the students, Bruno said. According to Bruno, 2 teachers at Riverside Academy were injured during the fight in the past 2 weeks. One teacher was reportedly punched multiple times in the face and taken to the emergency room. Another teacher suffered a bruised shoulder after being pushed aside. Okay. Depending on the age of that teacher, depends on the severity of it. So, I mean, much older, woman, male, maybe in their 60s, they could bruise their shoulder pretty easily. Maybe even 50s. But if that teacher is younger and they bruise their shoulder, that means that was a severe impact. At Southside Elementary School, a female substitute administrator was trampled by a group of 7th grade students rushing to film a fight. Sources close to the situation said the administrator was hospitalized with a broken hip and neck injury. The district is aware of these physical altercations, the Buffalo Public Schools said in the statement. This type of behavior greatly compromises the safety of the staff and the students and will not be tolerated under this administration. Well, gee, you're not only allowing, you're hiding the evidence of an abduction case from the police. I can only believe that you're not being very respectful of the safety of your students. Buffalo Police or Buffalo Public Schools. The district added the students involved and have been disciplined in accordance with the Buffalo Schools Code of Conduct. For Bruno and the other educators that are responsible to this sort, as the union rep there, I filed a grievance about the school safety and violence 1,147 days ago, and it's still pending. That is over 4 years, folks. A case for 4 years pending. The unresolved grievance includes concerns over recurring fights with weapons. Oh, gee, aren't weapons illegal in the school? Yeah, yes, they are. And that's not just a state thing; that's a federal thing. And it's still pending, said Bruno case. Or, no, wait. Brought into school buildings. Malfunctioning door locks, as we've covered. The transfer of violent students to Riverside without prior notice. Bruno said the case may finally go to arbitration within the next month. The fact that it's taking 1,147 days to address these issues and counting shows how totally dysfunctional Buffalo Public Schools are, Bruno said. Bruno claims he has repeatedly emailed the district about safety issues and was even written up for doing so. So a whistleblower in the school, right here, is written up by the school district for reporting crimes. According to him, the district's policy requires the staff to channel concerns through the secretary, but he insists he was acting in his capacity as a union representative. As a result, Bruno says his plans to bring the issue before the Public Employment Regulations Board judge in early May. We're charging the district with retaliating against me for protected union activity. Bruno said, I am unafraid. I know what my rights are. I am a passionate advocate of the students and staff at my school. The mounting tension underscores the ongoing concerns from educators whose safety issues have reached a breaking point in the change that is long overdue. We will, touch upon a few more in a bit. For now, take our little break, go back to the yard, calm down. Yeah, this is not just an Angrycops issue. And this is why we have evidence for multiple cases. And we see, by evidence, the school's response to those the school district's response to those cases. And it is flat out disgusting. It really is. So I wanted to definitely share that one because it doesn't involve Angrycops. But it's another case in 3 weeks. So basically, Angrycops came out at the end of April. That was reported at the mid-April. And that wasn't in Angrycops' report that he did on the podcast. That wasn't addressed by Angrycops and even the follow-up video. It just goes to show that Buffalo Public Schools and the district attorneys, they need to get off their asses, is basically what it comes down to. And we're not, like I said, it's not just Buffalo District Attorney. Letitia James needs to get off her ass and be getting to work on this. Now, I don't have much respect for Letitia, and I believe she's just going to let this crap slide away, and because she's dealing with her own investigation against her um, about lying about property she owns here in my own home state. Um, so, yeah. Yeah. When you put scum in office, you get scum letting it rule over you. And New York, you want to change, quit voting for the same scum. That goes for other districts. That goes for you all in Chicago. That goes for you all in California. That goes for me in my own district. I try to vote the right way or against the same people, but sometimes you just keep getting the same crap and the same abusers of the same problems. And in this case, it is very much just letting this same crap keep go on and on. Because you have places like Chicago that have voted the same way for what, 60 years almost now? And keep complaining that somebody else, not the people who've been in power for 60 years. Look, I'm not even 50 yet. I know I'm pretty old for VTuber, pretty old for YouTuber. I'm not 50 yet. I have never known a day in my life that Chicago had voted a different way. There have been some things that have gone on in my life that I am impressed, and some things that I am shocked that have occurred. I talked about, where I was at 9/11. And I was looking at my first apartment complex on 9/11. I remember that day vividly. I was one of the children in school being told to watch the Challenger go up, and it blew up. So, talking about childhood trauma. We talked about it before. Childhood trauma. That is a childhood trauma. When your school was telling you, hey, we're going to all celebrate and honor, because there was the teacher on the space shuttle. And they're like, we're going to honor and go through it. And it was not just the school, it was, Sesame Street, as other things, promoting this whole thing. It's all over the news. And they sit us down in, groups to watch the rocket go off. And then boom. Yeah. You talk about, stuff like this, and the sad part is we're getting too focused on making the criminal feel good, making the criminal not be treated poorly, or, get treated in nice ways, when we are ignoring the victims. Now, as I've said last week, and we're going to do it eventually, we kind of already covered it before, but we'll eventually cover the subject of the abuse of victim mortality, or of victim's hood, because it definitely gets abused horribly. But when you have a case that blatantly ignores the victim and invigorates the criminal, again, the Carmelo Anthony case, it's rightfully to piss people off, because you have an admitted murderer in that case. You can be like alleged all you want. He's admitted it. And there are several witnesses involved with that case. And yet, a good portion of society kind of wants to be like, oh, no, 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 no. He was defending himself. As someone who had to defend themselves in many cases, had been the victim of things, there's defending yourself, and then there's blatantly murdering somebody coldly. And that was a blatant cold murder.
Enter the lair of brew and stew.
And I'm more forgiving of Carmelo than I can be of the teachers that and faculty that are letting this crap happen in Buffalo. I really can. I am not a fan of the hero worshipping. I mean, they did it with Luigi, the assassin of United Healthcare. Yes, United Healthcare is scum. They treated people poorly. They don't, help them out properly like they should. They're not the best company to deal with. But that is not a reason to murder a person. That is not a reason to assassinate a person. Because someone tells you to change your seat because you're in the wrong spot is not a reason to murder someone. Period. But I can forgive that more than I can forgive somebody who's like, oh, it's child abuse. We're not going to report that. No, the child's a liar. They got video evidence? No, they're still a liar. Oh, we're finally seeing that they're actually physically beaten and bruised to the point where this could have been stopped 2 other times. That is disgusting. Black cat pepper on the side. With our menu you can't hide. One's your table in the spell. A feast that casts the perfect. I swear if I had heart conditions I'd probably be in trouble right now. I joke. But the frustration of this situation, the frustration of basically ignoring the victim when something happens. We always say, oh no, believe all women in a case of sexual assault. As a sexual assault victim, I'm of that mindset. But there are cases, yes, where false victim reports have occurred, notably in situations like the Harvard lacrosse team situation a few years ago, where it was a completely false accusation and it destroyed many kids' lives after they graduated college because nobody wanted to deal with the group that was accused of rape, even though the rape never occurred, and was proven to have never occurred. And in fact, the rape accuser went to jail for false accusation. People still won't hire some of those people that were of the accused by this woman. So, yes, believe the victim, but investigate. Always investigate. Make sure you have the evidence. Will a criminal sometimes get away? Yes. Are there cases where people jump the gun and go after somebody who's not deserving? Hell yes. There have been wrongfully detained people who've even gone to the electric chair and died unjustly. And it's disgusting when that happens. But to not report abuse, that's far worse. I've talked about this before when I talked about my own assault that happened to me 2 years ago. I had no hesitation into going to the cops with it. I knew if I sat on it, if I let it go, I would have no hope of a case. Now, mind you, my case, nothing's happened. Nothing's happened in my case. And it's gut-wrenching to be like that. But at least I spoke up. And I had people come to me and be like, tell me their stories and how they did feel for it. And I was like, no. I know the only chance of being justified in my victimhood is to report it and be honest about what happened to me. In my case, nothing's done. I've called out who I think is preventing that, and I continuously vote against that person because it's the DA of my county that hasn't done anything in that case. And it's frustrating. It really is. And I mean, people can be like, "Oh, well, they're backed up in cases." It's like, look, a month after my case of me being assaulted, I witnessed a murder, and that murder case came and went within that year, and nothing has happened with my case. And it's been 2 years now. So yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen where people aren't punished for their crime. But if you don't treat it, you don't report it, then we get situations where nothing gets done and the child suffers for it. And sometimes they may suffer quietly, and the repercussions of that becomes damaging. It damages your mind, it damages your sense of social worth, it damages many things. You can go one of two ways: become psychotic or become depressive from those kind of incidences. And I do feel they're grossly underreported. All crimes are grossly underreported, be it out of fear of law enforcement or out of fear of repercussion. It really comes down to, you need to speak up when it comes to it. So, alright. Second to last time we're gonna cut this. Alright. More allegations made against Buffalo Public Schools in the new podcast. So this is the podcast that just dropped. So this report came out yesterday because the podcast dropped yesterday. I watched it yesterday. All that. Buffalo police reported Detective Richard High, who has accused Buffalo Public Schools officials of covering up abuse allegations and obstructing police investigations, made another round of accusations this weekend. I made an official accusation on Unsubscribed Podcast in April. The video was over 1 million views and 16,000 comments. I previously spoke with 7 News with senior reporter Mackie Becker as to why he decided to go public with his accusations. You can watch the reporting in the video player below. So I am going to mute our music. I am going to turn on desktop audio, and I'm going to shut up.
We're continuing to follow a story involving a Buffalo police detective with the Special Victims Unit. In this podcast, Richard High accuses the Buffalo School District of obstructing investigations into allegations of child abuse and sexual assaults among students. Those accusations are now going viral on that YouTube podcast and also our WKBW Facebook page, where more than 200 of you have left comments on the story. Detective High spoke with 7 News senior reporter Maki Becker Saturday night, and tonight I'm breaking down more of that conversation along with what the school district is saying.
This is real, and this can affect my life, but it's at the moment where it's one of those things where you got to do the right thing or not.
Buffalo Police Detective Richard High opening up in a recent podcast that's already nearing 500,000 views. He's accusing Buffalo Public Schools of obstructing child abuse and sexual assault investigations.
Schools are mandated reporters, and that is one of the reasons why I went on my friend's podcast to talk about the issue with specifically the Buffalo school system and their intentional lack in support of our investigations into students at the schools.
High sat down with senior reporter Maki Becker Saturday to explain why he's speaking out.
The schools and their administration and the legal representatives for that administration are intentionally killing cases, preventing information from going to detectives in the assistant district attorney's office, and even destroying evidence and ignoring subpoenas.
High also described a case where a student was sexually assaulted near a school pool.
Unfortunately, that case did not get reported. If I'm not mistaken, it was the principal of the school who, quote unquote, did their own investigation and then deemed that the girl was a liar and then wrote a scathing report.
But a district spokesperson denied the claims, calling them unfortunate and untrue, and vowing to vigorously address these untruths. In a Facebook post, Superintendent Dr. Tanja Williams-Knight shared she will be taking a break from social media.
This specific episode was something that was really weighing on my conscience. I say it even in the episode that a week prior, I'd started getting counseling because of it.
The police union president told 7 News High's podcast shows his passion for the job and that he has the union's support. But High, who also runs the Angrycops page, has made headlines numerous times in the past. In February, Investigative Post reported.
So Joseph Ciudadano, they aren't passed yet, but still the fact that they're considering passing them is a thing. Yes. Yeah. Essentially, this is a disgusting concept of cover-up. I'm trying to see if I can get to the accusations. So there's one case that was brought about High, that was brought about by news media like Channel 4 that we covered earlier, that High got written up because he, quote unquote, shoved a woman to the ground. Now, what the media reported it that way. Now, the actual report was that a street brawl came about, and the person involved was a state Supreme Court justice and his wife were involved in a street brawl. They didn't want it reported. They tried to cover it up. High made sure that it was not covered up. And so the media is trying to portray as, oh, no, he's abusing this woman. No, he's putting a stop to a street brawl. The fact is, I think Channel 7 Buffalo, you're doing the right thing. Channel 4, you're not. Whatever it is. Channel 7's treating this as a proper story. So let's see if they cover a bit more. So this is from Law Enforcement Today. Buffalo SUV detective whistleblower schools are refusing to report sexual assaults on child abuse kidnapping. So this covers the whole sort of incident, again, from an outside source, talking about the case that he goes through. I believe they go into the crime a bit. if you've seen the books they allow in school libraries, none of them coming up by the school is surprising. Exactly. I'll talk about my own book. So Demon Blade is on library approved reading, but I, as an author, specifically stated this is not appropriate for children of middle school age and younger for my books. So libraries will not keep my books and the younger audiences. That is not the case with a bunch of other books that the Department of Education is doing the right thing and trying to get these banned. And a lot of people go, it's like, oh, they're banning books, They're being banned from elementary school and middle school. Not all libraries, not all freaking schools. Just the schools that it would not be appropriate in. These books literally have sexual explicit acts. And they're approved in the schools. We're not talking manga. We're talking... I hate using the term graphic novels. There's a reason I don't call my own books graphic novels. It's because it's gotten used and abused by people that have agendas and literally draw those agendas into comics. And as a cartoonist, it really infuriates me when you're not telling a story, but you're telling an agenda. And that's what happens there. And there's a reason I'm independently published and I am not published by places that, like Penguin or Random House or other places like, what's the one that wouldn't take me? I know there's Diamond's a regular publisher, but it was, God damn it, and I need to look up the comic companies. I can tell you. Oni Press. That's what I didn't even have to get to it. Oni Press. So I got denied by Oni Press. I got laughed at by Oni Press. And it's because I wanted to tell a story with morals. Yeah, I wanted to have morals in my story. That was what they laughed at. Diamond isn't a publisher; they're the distributor. Although Diamond's almost out the way themselves, because they're not able to pay up with what they do with their printing costs these days. The only thing keeping them in business is Marvel and DC, and Marvel and DC aren't doing so well. But yeah, Oni Press, they laughed at me when I tried to pitch a comic to them. And I was like, well, screw it. I'll publish myself. And that's what I've done. I've luckily had a great relationship with Amazon with publishing. I've been one of their first comic artists to publish with them, and I've continued to be a publisher with them. I don't release as much as I used to, but heck, it's an audience that was untapped, and I was there before they owned Comixology. So, because Comixology didn't want my content. They specifically didn't want my content, and this was before Amazon bought them. So it's like, okay, I'll create my own content. I'll independently publish. That's how I do it. And I still make it also available for people to just read it in places, because that's the way to get to audiences. It really is. I mean, you can have publishing, you can be top of the line on web publishing and whatnot, but the grant audiences, it's really to kind of worm your way into them as a writer and publisher. But the graphic novels that have ended up in libraries over the last decade, they disguise them as educational material. I have to use air quotes on educational material. When you're showing sexual acts being performed, and you're not noting that as the thing and you're trying to pitch that to elementary school students, in my mind, you're a pedophile at that point. If you're making a book explicitly showing elementary school students how to perform sexual acts, you are instigating pedophilia. And it is disgusting and horrible. Knowing the age group of your book is important. So I can say Witchin', which is my later comic series, which I come out with now these days. We're doing a special comic as well. For that, we've announced. Heck, if I bring up drawing, maybe you guys can even see. Let's see if it pulls out. So yeah, you see this little colorful color. I'll put my phone right here. Oh, no, you guys can't really even see it. I'll be putting an arrow right there. That's me working on an independent comic of Witchin'. That comic is probably more appropriate for middle school. I still don't want to give it to elementary school students. Even though it's a romance between two elementary school kids. It covers more of a gay relationship through humor and comedy. So it's not meant to be a serious relationship. Well, it is a serious relationship, but it is a comedic relationship. Demon Blade covers darker subjects. It covers abuse. It covers sexual abuse, mental abuse, physical abuse, bullying, flat out murder, suicide, all that kind of stuff. It covers that. It is a darker story. But at the same time, it's more for a mature audience. I write it for a mature audience. I draw it for a mature audience. I'm not afraid to put uglier words in it. If you know with Witchin', I don't swear in Witchin'. I will swear in Demon Blade, but I won't swear in Witchin'. And it's because the audience. Other creators out there won't do that. They'll be like, oh, well, my audience is anybody who reads comics. And it's just absurd. Oh, look, our spam bot of the night has appeared. At least one. We could get two. I don't know. Depending on the audience. But when you talk about creating a comic series, when you talk about, creating a story, you need to know your audience. So when I wrote 11 Kingdoms, which was my novel, that was young adult. So it was 18, or I think it was I stated 15 plus. Because it was it wasn't reading like a young adult novel. It was a novel, but it was available. It could start at young adult and go up. I stated that because I was an adult or a young adult. I was 13 reading, massive novels as a kid because that's what I liked to do as a kid. That's how I spent my days. Is I would sit there and read big ass freaking novels. When I'm writing stories like Demon Blade, like Witchin', I have to figure out what's the age group of this. I've got another novel, I've talked about it before, in the works, called Shattered World of the Uninvited. That is not going to be available for kids. At all. That novel is going to have a lot of swearing. It's going to have very dark tones. In fact, horror. There's some outright horror elements in that story. And while people will be like, oh, well, teenagers can read it. And it's like, yeah, teenagers can. But can they handle it? People tend to forget Stephen King's It has gang rape in it. That's how they defeat it in the end. Is they destroy their childhood by having gang rape. We need to, as a society here in the United States, come to a mindset of where the appropriation of our stories, our comics, are appropriate for what age group. Because as someone who enjoys manga, I love manga, I read manga regularly. One of my first comics I was into and reading, and now mind you, it was in college because that's when manga really started taking off here in the United States. For me, it was in college. I was able to read Rama 1/2. Rama 1/2 would, at the time, which was in the 90s, late 90s, mind you, but 90s nonetheless, had a lot of nude images. Rama gets nude a lot in that book, and a lot in the anime. And while I'm fine with it, I was literally going to classes for 8 hours a day, coming out looking like a coal miner, drawing people in the naked. So it wasn't something new to me to see somebody, going around in the nude. I would not want my teenage child even looking at that book. Even though it's humorous, even though it, is a wonderful series, I'd be like, there's a certain age group that'd be like, you gotta learn to cut it off because it's gonna warp your mind. It's gonna change the synapses in your minds and disillusion you to certain things. I do feel, because I've run across these a lot of cases when I was doing cons back in the day. And you still do these days. Of people disillusioning themselves from reality. And we talk about, the stories that help push them to be disillusioned. I'll use a great example from my time and that my parents still buy into. The horror that is Dungeons and Dragons. When I was growing up in the 80s, one of Tom Hanks' first films was a film called Mazes and Monsters that was meant to show the horrors that was Dungeons and Dragons, which actually showed more the horrors of mental instability and not taking care of that. And what was causing that was not really the game, but more the environment. That parents weren't paying attention to their children. They weren't giving them attention. They weren't, focusing on what their children was into and what they were doing and how they were mentally well or not. And a lot of what we deal with these days when we talk about mental illness is a lot of people not focusing on the disillusionment of people in our day and age, where people are like, oh, well, I'm in love with this, waifu. And it's like, yeah, you can say, oh, yeah, I'm in love. I really like this waifu. This is someone. But the moment you're like, she will be mine. Oh, I live this situation. You're getting too far. You're getting too far. And you need separation from the media to take time and discover reality. Find your own world. Find your own path. And very much so, this day and age, we get way too many cases of disillusionment, which just causes problems. And it leads to a lot of the suicidal incidences. It leads to activism problems that we have these days, where a lot of people are like, think the world's being destroyed around them, even though it's not, but they believe it that way because they've heard so from somebody else tell them that, and that every other concept of media or every other concept of storytelling or whatnot that goes against it and says, hey, take a step back. And they don't believe it. And we've run into that situation now where it's damaging our society. And it's not, it can just not just be fiction, it can be reality. flat out. When I grew up, you were taught to research. You were taught to investigate multiple news sources, to find differing opinions and, counteract both of them into a news story. They don't do that these days. A lot of news these days is opinion-based, and that's mostly on public news, basic news. The reason YouTube and podcasts are doing so much better these days is because they're actually spending time and investigating. They're doing the research. They're, finding the things. Like I said, there was a wonderful report about, that I watched earlier today from a reporter, a YouTube reporter that I respect, that went on and talked about modern day slavery through the prison system here in the United States. And in his showing, a lot of it comes down to state and laws that were put in place with the Emancipation Proclamation that left it a bit open and available that forced labor could be done through incarcerated people. So it was a loophole for slavery, essentially. And it goes to show, even though we have anti-slave labor laws here in the United States, we were the first to come out with those, it still exists in the U.S. But it's not just that. It's not just a U.S. thing, though. It's still a problem in other places. China's notorious for slavery problems. The Middle East is horrible for slavery problems. Parts of Africa is still horrible slave problems. And then you get into sex slavery, and that gets horrific. And to be disillusioned and thinking it's not there because, you've always been taught something. It's like, no. Research, learn, educate yourself. Those are the greatest important things you could be doing these days. Actually, that might be the subject we'll talk about next week. I could do the report. Yeah, that's probably more important. I think next week we'll talk about the full shift report, because it came up a bit in recent news and is a threat now that is somewhat being taken serious by some organizations. So we might talk about that next time, the flipping of the polls, and the disaster that can be. So I think that might be our report next week on Rivel Draw for a subject. If not next week, it'll be another week coming up. So I do want to cover it. I want to get a bit more information on what's occurred recently that kind of supports that. So we're gonna get to the last bit here of talk and let Rich do the final statement here before we go from the topic and get on to the art request of the night. So. Last 7 news details on the Buffalo detectives' accusations of cover-ups and abuse in Buffalo. So this is News 7 coming out with, this was the accusations against High, I believe was this one. So we're taking a little closer look to the 2 cases highlighted in Unsubscribed Podcast. This is a public official saying, back in February, Buffalo police arrested the 30-year-old Sean Gordon, so we covered that. High told 7 News story, there's much more to the story, and he said Cornyn tried to abduct the 2 children. In October, he said a girl, okay, so that we actually kind of already covered this one, so I'll just let High have the final word then. We're just going to let Rich have the final word, and then we'll go into the request, because it's going to be a big request to do tonight. So, mute. Oh, I didn't realize I was probably echoing that last bit.
I wanted to say thank you for all the support, whether it's a DM or a phone call or the comment section or an email. Thank you. I appreciate it. You might notice I'm not home. I'm in Boston. I'm here at a training event with the NCPTF. That's the National Child Protection Task Force. I've actually brought a number of missing persons cases here, all children, so that they can assist me, and then we can also teach other officers and departments how to use different procedures in order to find missing children. So while I have been away and out of town, and the local news stations have chose to disparage me or, individual journalists, I've been in Boston trying to find the missing children of Buffalo. So thank you for your support. I really appreciate it.
So, yeah. Richard Hine basically still out there doing his job as as a Special Victims Unit officer of Buffalo. He's out there right now still trying to do his job. And I wish him luck on it. I really do. I hate to hear about these crimes. It's clear from what we've talked about, it's not just the Richard Hines cases, but other cases that are going on in Buffalo that kind of show that the public school district is not paying attention and allowing the criminals to get away while victims go unnoted by them, and it's just disturbing. It really is. So I hope this cleans things up. We'll probably come back to this story when there's more to report or something notable happens. We'll just sort of give a little nod to it in the future with the story and be like, hey, update on this story. So I definitely thank everybody joining in for the topic of tonight's stream. If you want to stay and watch our art, we got a good one. I am there. If there's one character in anime and manga I have drawn a lot of, quite frequently, quite often, besides my own characters, my own comics, it's tonight's subject. So the requester here, and I gotta pop up my page so I know exactly to give the shout out to. So the requester for tonight's request is, let's get down the list here. Joe Bev 9010. So Joe Bev 9010 off of DeviantArt. I just want to draw a Sailor Moon. And her magical girl outfit. That's it. That's the request. So we're going to be drawing Sailor Moon tonight. I've drawn her several times in my past. For those who don't know, my own website, embryarts.com, got its start as a Sailor Moon fanfiction. Back about 2000, or not even 2000, 1996. So back in 96. So it's almost 30 years of a website that I've added to and constantly done, and it started as a Sailor Moon fan fiction site. And tonight we're gonna give a little nod back and draw some Sailor Moon. So I'm kind of just drawing her as my style because there's nothing of note they wanted to do other than, put her in her magical girl outfit. I'm going to probably change a little bit to my sketch and do a little bit bigger eyes because she really has the bigger eyes. And whenever drawing Sailor Moon in either of her forms, she goes by the laws of three with her drawing. Basically, how you draw her, you put her eyes. She's got 3 eyelashes. You put her, headbands and whatnot. You make me feel young, and I'm ancient. I'm 40, going on 46 this year. So I feel like. Wait, am I? No, I'm going 47 this year. I'll be 47 this year. So I remember watching Sailor Moon before I went to high school. It was on at 5 in the morning in my area, and I got up to watch it while I was getting ready for high school. I'd have breakfast cereal and watch Sailor Moon. I'd always get the tail end of Doogie Howser reruns and Sailor Moon. As it was airing, because they were like, oh, it's too old, it's too old. I'm in my 30s, so I'm aged. And you make me feel young. Hey, you are younger than me. You are. I saw on Facebook this week, on one of the anime groups I'm attached to, in fact, I believe it's Roger's anime group, Facebook anime group from Anime Anticlimax. He's on part of our podcast, and we will be doing a new podcast or another episode tomorrow. We're covering Adventure Time seasons 1 and 2 before we go to some more anime, I believe. I think Brandon's got a choice of anime for June, but I'm not sure. And it's my choice for July. But when one of them posted on there, and they're like, oh, you know, they posted different female leads, and they said, blank is your love interest on the year you were born. And it was every single one of them was born in the year, or was put up for year 2000 on to 2010. And I was like, year that I was born? It's like, maybe the year I graduated from college, but the year I was born, all of these people were way younger. I mean, I am almost the exact same age as Ichiro Oda of One Piece fame. I think he has me beaten by like a year or two, but the fact of the matter is when you try to look at anime fans these days, and they're like, oh, I remember the old days of Fairy Tail. It's like, dude, I was a working adult when Fairy Tail came out. Sadly, I missed Alien episode because of work, so I was curious as to what you actually believe about UFOs. Do you actually believe in aliens, or do you think they're just robots from the future? My own personal beliefs are, out of all the ones I covered in the podcast, I kind of believe more on hands of the multidimensional theory concept more than anything, because I feel there might be, and I mean, it's the author and me writing about the same concept with Shattered World, that multiple dimensions can be traversed. It's just a matter of, you know, somehow breaking the barrier between worlds. And I feel that might be easier than, say, deep space travel or time travel. So it'll be interesting. I don't know why I did. All right, she does not have the. She has something different. I do have a version of her over here to see her crown. Oh, she still does have the gem up there. Okay. I don't know. Ian Flynn is younger than you, though. Possibly. It's a matter of basically, you know, skepticism. I mean, I'm the same way with ghosts, and I jokingly tell people, you know, I am haunted in my apartment because my apartment's had some pretty strange stuff that I can't explain happening. which included having a giant cooking dish come flying off my fridge and nearly hitting me and shattering across the floor. Can't explain how that happened, but it did. I hated it too because it was a Pyrex dish and I really wanted to cook soon with that, and damn thing got destroyed. But I joked with people at work at the time, and I joked with, family members about my ghost. But I don't believe it. I really don't believe ghosts are real, and I can say that as somebody who writes two supernatural, honestly, comics. I really don't believe in the ghost. I have not seen a ghost. I have not seen any true scientific evidence behind ghosts, in my opinion. I've just seen really, really funny reaction videos of people reacting to bumps in the night, stuff that could be explained. Sometimes stuff can't be explained. And I cannot explain my Pyrex dish flying off the, shelf and crashing at my feet. I really can't do that. But hey, Ken Penders is definitely older than you, though. I don't know who Ken Penders is. Honestly, also unrelated, but I think you're younger than Ken Penders. I don't know who I gotta look up Ken Penders. Who the hell is Ken Penders? Ken Penders. Oh, okay. The Sonic cartoonist. Okay. Sonic cartoonist, and then we had, you said, the other one was Ian Flynn. Ian Flynn is 42. Ken Penders is 66. So yeah. Ken is definitely much older than me. The eyes are off. I need to fix that. And Ian Flynn, younger than me, but not by much. No, the IDs kind of go differently because it's more staring at you. He's the most hated man in Sonic fandom. Yeah. I believe we talked about it before. I don't know enough about the Sonic fandom. Really don't. Although you did convince me for, I believe, putting in Sonic fandom into Magical Princess War. I just don't know when I'm going to introduce them yet. Because we're currently at the pinnacle of the Steven Universe story that we're on with that one. And Patreon sponsors can go and check out, because I just dropped it before stream, the early release of the latest One Piece page of One Piece Days at Sea, fan comic that we've been working on. And oh my god, that's. I'm kind of I am kind of amazed. I dropped a hint yesterday, and only one person I think has seen it. That made a notation on it from the page, and I don't want to reveal it until the page comes out publicly. People can go try and find that little hint I put away that can't be seen publicly without looking for it. But it's a nice little joke, because I mean you gotta have fun, you gotta live your life in some sense, and when I did that, I was like, I'm gonna have some fun with this little scene, and we're doing that. And like I said, I've been working hard on Demon Blade and on Witchin, and now what's called Love Potion Lament, the prequel to Witchin, that's taking part in a comic book contest. I've not been sleeping much because of it. I've literally had to be. It's like I need to get the script done. Now I need to get the pages drawn out, and you can kind of see them on the side here, right above my head. The pages are sketched out, and I'm slowly filling in the panels and coloring them in. It is going to be a full color 16-page story. And it's comedy. It's just straight up comedy. But it's a way to tell a good, humorous story that's entertaining and at the same time covers the subject that the contest requires, which is first love. So I wanted to tell something amusing, and it was either redo the story from Demon Blade 5 and 6, of Tetsu and Kyle's love, or come up with a new story, or do the Witchin' one. As your dish, maybe you just latent psychic, maybe, and it's psionic powers, telekinesis, maybe. I mean, I do prescribe to the concept that poltergeist activity has a relationship to adolescence, and more than likely is some sort of unique, unknown human trait that can cause poltergeist activity, because it's usually related to younger teens going through adolescence when they go into the investigation. And that's scientifically proven. That's something that the scientists have studied, and they're like, yeah, I mean, the more we look into poltergeist activity, it doesn't seem like it's supernatural so much as it's biological, possibly. So, and I mean, I would love to keep doing some silly stories. Like I said, I have a CIA story that tells some of the weirdest stories from the CIA from going back in the days of World War II, to up to the 90s, that the CIA did. So that's one story I've been holding off for just to have a fun day. I mean, we will talk about, some government stories or news stories like we did today and all that kind of stuff from time to time. It's basically because, hey, I mean, that's the topic. We've talked about the Mr. Beast situation with Eva. When that occurred, that was one of our biggest streams. Just kind of cover it because I was coming in as a trans person, talking about someone who was using that as a crutch for hiding things. All of these streams are somewhat available. The Eva is in 2 parts, because we had technical issues. One part is available on video, so you have to actually look for the video, and then the other part is available on live stream. CIA recently released a bunch of formerly classified studies about reincarnation that proves, in quotes, a bunch of Gnostic and exocentric ideas. Yeah, there's some weird crap from the CIA. Now, part of all that is explained as the CIA has to investigate any strange situation that goes on in the world that may have been investigated by another organization, particularly the KGB back in the old days. And when the KGB was looking into stuff with Uri Geller, with the psychic elements, that means we had the CIA had investigations into it, which of course led to the wonderful introduction of the use of psychotropics by the CIA to try and see about creating a psychic form of investigation. Then you have the concept of the Raiders of the Ark of the Covenant, hidden by the CIA, supposedly came out recently. The CIA saying, "Well, we know where it's at." You had the whole issue with the pyramid story, where people are claiming, "Oh, well, there's an underground city under the pyramids," and whatnot. I mean, there's more alien stuff we could go. It's all kinds of stuff we can cover. It's just a matter of, do we want to focus on, something silly, or do we need to cover a serious topic for the stream? And more often than not, it seems that serious topics tend to take over when we have situations like this that had dropped today. But I'd much prefer to do the silly and stupid topics. I know there's going to be another trans one I'm going to cover. I'm waiting for more in stories on that. Now, the reincarnation science study specifically came out of the Gateway Project, which was done to try and create psychic spies who could use astral projection. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. See, I mean, the problem with going with astral projection as a science, it's kind of hard to say it's true. Because there's so much that can be used to sort of outside influence. And you have to take a person's word for it. I mean, I'll use an example of Red Letter Media the other day. So Red Letter Media did their best of the worst, where they watched just random videotapes of the past. And one of the tapes they watched, this past one, was a pet psychic. A tape on pet psychics. Now, their bit was hilarious because you had this woman basically saying, "Oh, well, this horse told me all about it." It's like, really? The horse told you all about it? Now, the video, of course, was conveniently editing. She's like, "Oh, well, he told me about this problem, and I took it to the vet." Well, now, did the vet find that to actually be the problem? Most likely not. Because most likely, they're, more often than not, a psychic is usually a scam. Sometimes they get lucky. But more often than not, when you're talking about psychics, you're talking about scammers. South Park handled it great with the South Park episode about psychics, where Cartman pretended he was a psychic detective, and they had a psychic war, which literally had them just holding out their hand and one hand to their head and one hand to their out in the yang and going, woo, 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 woo. And that was them being psychic. It's like, oh, we're in psychic battle. It's absurdity, and the thing about absurdities is sometimes they can be true, but more often than not, it's just a laugh to just make fun of it and just deal with it. I mean, such is the case with a lot of things in life. I know I probably will cover eventually a case with Hassan Piker's involvement. Well, not him involved, but I mean with what he's been doing and how he's been acting. And that lot. We might cover an iDubbbz when the latest creator clash crashes and fails. And we see another one. He's like, "Well, I'm no longer involved." You're no longer involved with it because you're seeing the words on the writing that it was the third one's failing, and you're ducking out because your fighters have already ducked out. And it's like, you're a scam artist. I will flat out call out iDubbbz as a scam artist, because last year they did the Creative Clash. Not a dime went to charity. And it all went to parties and luxury and whatnot. And I mean, there's a special place in hell for people that scam charities. It really is. Respect for people who do great work with charities. As I called out, Sea Dog VA, Chris Broad, and Premiere 2, and a couple other people involved. Gigic, I believe, was also involved with this one, latest one. And of course, Iron Mouse is the one that gets it started on it. Even though she can't physically take part in it, she's a big part of it. They did Cyclothon recently and raised up another $1 million on top of a year before of raising $1 million for immune deficiency. That's a successful charity group. Connor does a charity last year. I hear it wasn't as successful, but still, it was a charity for immune deficiency fund, and the money goes to them. And that's the thing. I mean, there are people that do good with charity, and then there's people who just abuse it. And it shows a lot more these days, those who abuse it and can get called out for that crap. Little nod to the upcoming chapters of Witchin. Edith's going to have the same earrings that I'm giving Sailor Moon right now, because it's the same earrings that she wears in the show. The little moon earrings. So Edith's earrings that she's been wearing are going to be different. Her outfits are going to be changing back and forth, but I'm going to have her in the moon earrings this time. I might have to change the legs a bit for this pose. Wait, hold on. Zoom out to where I have her hair. Just find this stuff funny because the individual on the spectrum in the family that isn't opposed to New Age spirituality, I got labeled as Indigo Kid, which you don't know was a big what? I mean, if it's anything like the Indigo Girls, I don't know about Indigo Kids. I've never heard that phrase. I little curious of what you mean there. Yeah, I definitely need to move these legs. They're in a bad spot. So what I'm gonna do is go down to the sketch, grab them, move them over. It's a bit better. There we go. Closer to where the body would be. All right. Psychic's telling me I myself was highly psychic. Oh, okay. No, a friend who sadly passed, his mother claimed to be psychic. And she passed before he died. And she said once that good things would come from me. Not for me, but from me. And it's like, okay. What do you say? I mean, it's like, how far does she mean good things will come from me? I mean, how am I to believe that? And oh, am I going to buy into it? And luckily, I mean, I didn't pay for that freaking revelation, because it's a giant reach, which is the problem with psychics. It's a giant reach, and anything can be read into it. And I mean, that's how psychics come about to do. Yes, I have a little undie shot there. But honestly, actually, that's how they drew her in the series. Both versions. Indigo Kid idea that autistic kids are actually angel or alien souls in human bodies, extremely enlightened old souls that come to Earth to make more loving. Okay. I get that. I get that. I understand that. Oh, I mean, yeah. I don't see a harm in saying that, but at the same time, you know, the best way to prove them right or wrong is to be a better person in general. And I don't need a psychic to tell me, to be a better person. I just need to be a better person. Where did I have the hand? Oh, I had the hand down there. Good Lord. I'm going to redo the hand placement in this one, because that is a weird place to put it. Let's do it going backwards a bit. That way I can do some distance foreshortening. I gotta do her little squiggles. Oh, I'm not on the right panel here. No, that doesn't look right. I'm just gonna do her eyes. Back in the day, because I was doing... So, when my website, Embry Arts, was founded in 1996, we told the story of Sailor Moon Andromeda Factor. That was the fan fiction I wrote. And it was back in the day when it was hard to come by, and a lot of people wanted Sailor Moon to return. So this was the first time Sailor Moon disappeared, right after, its first appearing in the United States, and Canada. And so when I wrote that story, the full story had not reached the United States or Canada. It was slowly coming out because the internet was, the big thing is coming to be, and I was one of the few people that learned how to build a website pretty quickly in the beginning. And I sort of told the story, and people thought for a little while, and I always laughed at it, people thought I was the creator of Sailor Moon telling this story, and it's like, no, I'm not. And they're like, but you're telling a story that continues the story. It's like, yeah. If you're going to tell a story, I'm not going to put self-insert characters, which is one of the differences I did versus other people for my story, is my characters were not self-inserts. They were original characters. But it just continued the story. Even as a small child, I watched Sailor Moon. All of us 90s elementary school boys did. Hey, I mean, for a show that was meant for girls, it's pretty kick-ass. And as they... who was it? Was it... it wasn't Toad the Woods Sprocket. I'm trying to remember the group that did the song appropriately that said Sailor Moon is the boom. It made me think the wrong things. It definitely was an awakening in boys for love interests. A lot of them. There were several girls shows that all of us elementary school boys in the 90s watched. One of them was Sailor Moon. The others were later entries like Hamtaro. Loved Hamtaro myself. Totally Spies and Kim Possible. All of them. All of them great shows. Kim Possible, great show. Totally Spies, great show. Now, I was watching those going to work. And come home and I'd watch those instead of, regular television. For people. I am really flaking out on how to do the hand on this weapon. And how to do the hand here, too. I'm really flaking. Alright, so I'm going to have to sketch these. And that, I'm going to do some erasing here. And we're going to do this on a different line. So, we're going to kind of, I think, do... you're seeing a page from Love Potion. I don't know why it came up there. Actually, let's do a more relaxed finger. I need to get rid of the page because the art's not supposed to be exposed until after the comic appears. Save. I don't know what I did in it that was different. All right. I think it's just because it was Toonami, and Toonami was one of the coolest things ever. I mean, that's an interesting college story. So Sailor Moon eventually came back in my senior year of college. Right as Toonami also had Dragon Ball come out. And there was this sort of commons area for all the students to show up and eat at and whatnot. So there was the eatery upstairs, and then there was the student concert area where they had a TV and all that, and it was a giant big projection TV. And every day at 4, there was an argument, and it got into a deep argument at one point, to switch from Jerry Springer to Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball on Toonami. So, and it always used to switch out, and it's like, always watch Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball, and then you watch, or you have Jerry Springer. I don't remember which came first, which came after. But it was always watch those two programs. It made me laugh. It made me chuckle as a Sailor Moon fan. I was very much closeted about the Sailor Moon fandom because it was not the end thing. Why is that on a different layer? And why is the hand on the same layer? So we're gonna have to literally cut off the hand. And then I'm going to take layer 2, move that up, and merge. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I found it amusing that there was a college sort of argument of what to watch, and yet those were the programs that ended up getting settled on. What am I still... How is those... that's right. Show it. Merge it. There we go. There we go. All right. So we're going to take this layer, make it blue. All right. There are far more stigmatized fandoms out there. The Sonic Universe waves. Yeah. I mean, Christian did not help the Sonic Universe. I've told my stories about me having met Christian, but it's not like something dramatic. It's, I come from the same place that Christian is. I currently live not too far from where Christian was incarcerated. It's within a mile. I can walk to it. And bronies were kind of that way. I was a fandom of My Little Pony, Friendship and Magic, but I was not a brony. Even though I do have My Little Pony figurines, they're more the harder vinyl ones. They're not the original ponies and whatnot. So bronies are still left it. I mean, they're still blamed too. What is going on? Deselect. That's what's going on. That's why I can't erase anything. I know I saw a news story come up like a few months ago, and they were mentioning bronies, and it's like, they still exist? But I've come to find out, it's like, yeah, they still exist, but it's a weird. I mean, the Sonic and the bronies kind of fit into a weird offshoot of the furry community. I mean, I don't know if you identify as a furry. I can't speak for you, but well, you're trans girl, to be a brony is kind of, have and be a bro, aka male. Yeah, I mean, I got my first Barbie the same year I got a Twilight Sparkle vinyl doll. So, I mean, it's my 40th birthday, and I was given a Barbie for my 40th birthday. Now, I had Sailor Moon dolls before then because I was like, I loved the show, and once I found them, I bought them. I was almost tempted to buy them in Vancouver, Canada, when I saw them well before they were available in the United States. But plus they had the Outer Sensei, which they never brought in the United States for some reason. Don't tell me it did it again. God dang it! All right, got to restart the Clip Paint Studio. This has done it twice to me today already. Confirm changes. Save. All right. It's just the program gets frozen at times, and I can't do anything about it. So that's what's happening there. That's why that's that way. Luckily, we saved. I don't need to bring up the comics today. We don't have a second drawing request this week. We just have the one. But yeah, I mean, fandoms can be toxic, but fandoms can also be creative. Like I said, I got my start on Sailor Moon fanfiction back in the day when there was very little you could get on Sailor Moon. It was very much a popular series, but anime conventions were just starting to become a regular thing, and people were starting to discover anime. I had discovered anime before Sailor Moon, but and my first anime was not even a regular anime that most people think, but hey. I remember in the 90s, 2000s, they had a full-on Sailor Moon cardcaptor dolls for little girls. They did, but America only got the Inner Sensei. So they only got Sailor Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury. We did not get the Neptune, Pluto, Uranus, or Saturn. and or even Black Lady, because Black Lady came out in the second set. They were available in Canada through international means, meaning you could get the dolls that they released in Japan. You had to pay a wazoo at the time. Now, mind you, the wazoo at a time was like $30 at this one comic store I found in Vancouver, when about a year after Sailor Moon aired. But so I could have gotten Neptune and Uranus. I think they also had Pluto, but they did not have Saturn or Black Lady. And I didn't buy any of them at the time, and I kind of regret it because they never came out in the U.S. because I think the next year over is when they came out with the official releases in America. And the American release versions were just, like I said, just the inner sensei. And I still have them. I can actually look up and see in my closet them laying down, because I still own them. I've kept them over the years. It's like, yeah, they're out of their boxes, so it's not like they're mint condition, but they're there, and so I can be like, oh, yes, I still have those dolls. I still have my Barbie, and I still have my Twilight Sparkle, because, as my friends noted with My Little Pony, I was the Twilight Sparkle. I loved to read. I loved to do things, be that kind of character, and just be that concept. So that's why I have a Twilight Sparkle. I do have a few other anime figures in my life, but not many, and two I don't really want. I got them out of a grab bag, and I kind of want to get rid of them, but oh well. You remind me of how I was when I was a kid, lucky enough to have Japanese import toy near. I mean, I did not have them near me. This is me literally crossing the country, going to Canada, and literally going. I just turned 18 that day, and I was exploring things as my first day as a quote unquote adult, and basically I found those in a comic store I stopped by. I was like, oh, well, I've never seen that, and they had a couple other anime merch that I did not know at the time, but would know later years. It's like, okay, I'm looking at the wrong one. I want to see, because I am doing her rod here. That's what we're doing. We're doing this one. We're doing this one. So I need to look at the reference, because that's the one I don't know as much on how to draw it. We'll just try and freehand it. How is the top? Because that's where I really need to see. Okay. Alright, so we need to do sort of an oval. And we have the curl underneath. Going around and over, around and over. We kind of screwed that second loop over a bit. Around and over. The most we had open at the same time was 2. Let's see. We had a few of them, a lot of them Japanese import toy stores. Yeah, see, we did, when I came, it was a big thing when I was out of college that we finally got a Japanese import store, but they didn't really import toys. They imported food, and they imported bento boxes and some cooking stuff. And I shopped there, and I still shop there from now and then. But I tend to buy my bento boxes these days over the internet, particularly on Amazon, because I can find some cuter ones that I like to keep and have around. And I use those as lunch boxes when I'm working outside of the house, which I'm not doing these days, so my bento boxes are kind of going unused right now. But I mean, for years, I had a family bento box that I would take with me to my, because we do game nights with my friends who are the same people on the podcast. So Brandon and Jacob would be part of our game nights, and I would take the family sized bento box with me to the games that we play. And I tend to run the games, so it's like, yeah, I'm gonna run them, but we'd have them elsewhere, and so I would show up and have my little bento box. And for those wondering, yes, tomorrow night we will be, unless something happens, we are doing Adventure Time Season 1. I'm going to attempt my critique of Season 1 of Adventure Time as Lumpy Space Princess. Like, oh my god, we're going to be totally, like, doing the review like this? So, needless to say, I like the series. I do like the series. I got introduced to it late in life, and it was mainly due to Magical Princess War that got me into the series, because people were adamant that I cover Adventure Time in the series, which is appropriate. I mean, it's a lot of princesses in there, and so I was like, all right, I'll add it to the series, and that's how I've gotten into the series. Other people, it might be different, but for me, that's how I got into it. You knew where the Japanese, let's see. Also, KB Toys, a man saying the name, makes me feel old. And the old malls had Japan Gundam models. Yes. I worked in a store that sold Gundam models, and I actually built a bunch of them, and I put them on display. I used to doing that, but I don't do it these days. But I would take out the Gundam models, I would build them, and I would do battle damage and, detailing on them to make them look old and combative. As just sort of a thing to do to occupy my time between the job, because it was a very dull job, especially during the day when a lot of people wouldn't come in the store. Outside of having to do stuff like, inventory. But I would build some of the models, Gundam models, and I loved dealing with the Gundam models. We also did some painting of Warhammer figurines, which I still have a bunch of. And it's literally, we'd have a couple hours of dead time between getting an audience getting people to come in the store and buy stuff, because most of the time we're selling to kids on that end. Now, the thing is we did have to lock away a few items, particularly postal scales, because marijuana. People would steal them for marijuana measurements, and it's a $2 product, and you'd have to go through and steal it, and we ended up having to put it behind glass. But people love the smoke of them their drug. You knew they were Japanese because of the boxes that were entirely in Japanese, no English to read in box. Yeah, I mean, Gundam, I tried to get the store I was working into, this dates when I worked there. I tried to get them in on the ground floor of Zoids, because Zoids had just started. And I was the person to talk to when it came to Japanese imports, as to working with the company that released them. And they offered me a chance to bring Zoids into this company, which is a semi-chain store. And I was like, look, this is the hot product. Let's bring these in. Let's get these in, and you can sell them like hotcakes because kids are looking for them. Toy stores don't have them, and it's like, this is a chance to bring in something unique. They didn't listen to me. They're like, oh no, you don't know what you're talking about. And they're and instead of going with what I said, they went with a bunch of religious puppets. And I was like, I wouldn't have a problem with the religious puppets if it weren't for the fact that we were right across the store in the mall from a religious bookstore that had the same product. And it's like, you're literally competing with your neighbor. Like, you're not going to sell these products when your neighbor has the same product and they're selling it cheaper. And they're an actual religious store. And you're a toy/hobby store. It's like you're not meeting an audience. I was also the expert for art products, but I mean, it goes without saying. And they had a deal with the Bob Ross sets, which over time, I mean, that might be something to talk about, is the abuse of Bob Ross's name that went on. So most people don't know Bob Ross, of course, the infamous painter on PBS for years. Taught you how to paint and whatnot, and happy little trees. When he died, he got in this deal with this group, this couple, to put his name out on painting supplies and to advertise his own brand. When he died, they kind of destroyed his family. The company that ran the painting supply and all of his paint information destroyed his family. Pretty much destroyed his family, and basically said, we own all of Bob Ross. Bob Ross, the property. We own it. And it's just disgusting the way Bob Ross's family was treated by these people. I think it's come out. I don't know if anything's been really amended. But the company that handled Bob Ross's products, it's just disgusting how they treated the man after his death. Okay, still need to do the wings. Then we need to finish up the details on the body. And we are already finishing up our first hour of this. So that was not a good drawing of the wing. So how many is that? Is that 6 that I drew? I'm going to do another 6. Try and make it look like 3, 4, 6. Yeah. Okay. Now, we're not going to go to great detail on this, but I mean, we need to at least make it look good. And I know I put roses in at the bottom because I've been drawing a lot of roses last night. And I was like, well, when I'm going to decided what to draw, I was like, well, I got roses on my flippin' mind. Because I was hand drawing them instead of using a program or using clip paint. It's already established roses. Okay. Femboy Descansito? I apologize if I messed that up for you. God, that hand is bad now that I realize it. It's too small. We're going to fix that. Welcome. Also like the art so far. Thank you. Like I said, I am used to drawing Sailor Moon. This is one of the few characters I have drawn quite often before, so I'm kind of used to drawing her. So it's not too difficult for me to sort of do it by memory these days. Compared to just drawing some other characters. I'm getting used to with One Piece as well. Characters, or most One Piece characters. I don't think I've done Law enough, though. But I've definitely done the main crew, except for Jinbei, probably enough. Hands are the banes of every artist. I don't really call him a bane for me. I really don't. I'm pretty decent with hands. And same with feet. I know a lot of artists have issues with them, but I'm kind of like of the mindset. It's like, if you fear it, you're going to keep having issues with it. Yeah, you're going to make mistakes, but you're always going to make mistakes in a draw. Especially in a quick draw, like we do here. And I mean, it goes back to Bob Ross's teachings. I mean, happy little mistakes. You're gonna hit the mistakes. You just pick them up and you deal with it. And you move on. And so that's what we're dealing with here. I mean, I've had a few mistakes along this draw. I don't doubt it, but I will just keep going. I'll fix what I can and then move on. So we still need to do the last part of her hair. Then I need to do the background that I was working on and color this, which would not be a bad thing with the end of the night. If we go over a little bit, we'll go over a little bit, but not by as much as last week. And of course, as we've been doing lately, all these draws will have a video done probably the next day over. Tomorrow will be a little bit busy for me, but I'll still try to get the video done. That'll show the drawing process at a quick rate with a song. And actually, I just realized I've had it quiet this entire time and just been chatting and not having the music play. Even though I had a new song premiere and here. This is not the new song, but it is a new witching song, so it's got some humor to it. But I think with this one, if I'm thinking of the music I want to use in this video, it might be a witching song. It might be a witching song. I might do something a little more humorous, or I might do a love song. Hell, I might do the love song. See, the new witching song is a love song. In fact, it's for Love Potion Lament, and it's called Love Potion Lament. But, yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of trying to figure things. I can tell the eye's a little off still. I'm going to move it up here, and I'm going to start with a little blue, because your eyes are blue.
But they hold the key to ruling this world with sorcery. Periods come like an apocalyptic blast, but use chocolate treats, and the pain won't last.
Okay. Getting so used to this cutesy, dopey smile, because Love Potion has this drawn on Theodore so much, because that's their personality.
Slam that door
kind of just doing this by hand. It's like, okay.
It's a whirlwind mess.
Because Sailor Moon has these
Womanhood's chaos
angular
in a tight sequin dress. But I'll teach you
highlights before they go in the eyes.
your stage. Slam that door down. Unleash your rage. We met in a schoolyard, chased wild and free.
I mean, this is a love song, but this is Demon Blade love song.
You and me.
I think we already done this one
You were my
on one of the
summer
videos.
star in the night sky. Taught me to dream with no
Oh, Danny Vision was the one to say start. Love my hearts. Thank you. And
We
just,
carved our
hands, the
names
veins,
in
everything.
the old oak tree.
So yeah, I
Promised forever, just you and me.
would love to. And I tried to pitch this to people recently because I was pitching ideas of what fans wanted to see me develop in the coming few months, years. I pitched redoing Andromeda Factor, which is the name of Sailor Moon Andromeda Factor, which is the fan fiction that started my work. Pitched doing it as a manga. I wouldn't be able to sell it, but it would be because a lot of people want me to do another series fandom project like I'm doing with Magical Princess War and One Piece Days at Sea right now. But it didn't, and people didn't want it, so we're not going to be doing it. It would have been a nice little modern take on it, and it'd be more shonen-esque than the shoujo that was Sailor Moon, but Sailor Moon was always kind of a little bit shonen.
Past is stronger than it seems. Silent letters that were never sent tell the story of the times we spent. Time's a thief but can't steal our song. In the heart's quiet corners we belong. I still see your smile. Emotions that stretch for mile after mile. Childhood ghosts whisper through the trees. Memories dance on the soft summer breeze. Though miles apart, our hearts still can find.
And if there's one thing I have trouble with as an artist, it's technical drawings. So cars, particularly, vehicles. I'm always using a reference when I do those. And it's because they can be so strict and difficult to maintain a proper look to them. Now, I'm not going to go as far as the concept of make sure I can authors look anyway. As far as the artists like Kosuke Fujishima, who did Oh My Goddess and You're Under Arrest, they were a machine fanatic, and it showed in their work. Still shows in their work.
Thrown into the wolves they call kin.
Lonsdale scheming life soaked in sin.
Alright, let's get her skin tone
Told
right.
me I'm one of them, yeah, debut.
So we're using an actual spec sheet from Crystal
But I sniff the rot beneath their virtue.
for color reference.
Spoiled apples dressed up as
Not hard to find actual spec sheets, so if you ever do a character drawing of a popular series, in this case like Sailor Moon, get the spec sheets. It's a little off. I can tell because the shot was a bit off.
I'm no one's pawn.
I know she's a bit paler.
Found myself bound by their twisted arms.
I do need to do a clavicle
Magic's a leash, they
and
say
the legs.
play your part. But under waves I got fire in my veins. Ignoring whispers.
Hair's probably about the right color, but it's definitely a browned out photo.
Spoiled apples dressed up as gold. Sweet words, but their hearts are so cold. They see my power, think they've won. But I'm a storm that's just begun.
Yeah, I need to fix that. Opening right there.
They clink their
Also need to
wands like swords in war.
put
Hungry shadows, they
curves in her
always
hair.
want more. But I carve my own fate, oh so sharp. Noisy
I can't imagine how much tangle she's getting in this hair. As much as I get tangles in my hair, it's just ridiculous.
apples dressed up as gold. Sweet words, but their hearts are so cold. They see my
I put little hair pieces in different spots, but oh well. Like I said, we're going by our interpretation and use of it, so. And I did design a different version for fandom when I was doing Andromeda Factor. I drew crisis forms. That was sort of the power up I gave them in the series. That each member was getting more armor based transformations.
There's a witch in the quad, causing quite a stir. With her pointy hat and broom, she's a wicked blur. She traded in her spells for a textbook and pen, ready to raise some hell in the Blue City den. Hey now, what you want, what you gonna do? Mixing potions in the chemistry lab, turning professors blue. Hey now, what you want, you're the talk of the town. Casting spells in the library, causing chaos all around. She's got green hair, punk rock vibe, flying on her broom, causing mayhem in his stride.
That needs to be definitely redder.
And a mischievous grin, riding through the halls, causing students to spin. Hey now, what you want and what you gonna do? Mixing potions in the chemistry lab, turning
I need to do one more. I missed one.
Hey now, what you want? You're the talk of the town, casting spells in the library, causing chaos all around. She's a witch in disguise with her magic in her
And
eyes.
actually,
Spells of pure fire, she's
law of animation, you simplify the character's color scheme to match other things, so actually your gems should be that shade. Same with her boots, that shade. Left it up.
Hey now, what you want and what you gonna do? Mixing potions in the chemistry lab, turning professors blue. Hey now, what you want? You're the talk of the town, casting spells in the
Ribbon threads.
chaos all around. There's a witch in the quad, charming all the guys as she goes flying by, tossing students in a stir, throwing spells all around the dorm, throwing away all the Hey, now what you want and what you gotta do? Mixing motions in the chemistry lab, turning professors blue.
I think I'm gonna do one thing. Because I'll do the white on the outfit with pen instead of trying to do these obscure lines and trying to fill them. We'll take the blue and just
Saw
do
him
it.
smile, twisting the knife through me. Heart bleeding out as I watch him flee.
Alright.
Turn my soul into an icy cage.
That blue needs to be darker.
Left me wounded, burning with rage. Years drift by, shadows haunt my dreams. Revenge fueled by silent screams. Haunted nights fueled by bitter cries. He'll pay beneath these blood red skies. I see vengeance, I will find you. My frozen heart will bind you. The ghost of rage will ride the storm. Break you
Yep.
down where you were born. Through the darkness I can see his eyes. Cold as steel with deceptive lies. Lifeless love in every dizzy he spun until there's nowhere left to run.
It's just two, I think. Yep, just 2 lines. Alright. We're gonna add some depth to the gems.
Years gone by, but the flame still burns. Torn heart seeks where the shadow turns. I see vengeance, I will find you. My frozen heart will bind you. The ghost of rage will ride the storm. Break you down where you were born. Broken promises and twisted lies. You told me I would always be by your side, but instead you used my heart to form a blade. Now all that's left is twisted rage. Never gonna fall again for loving words. I will make sure you are never again hurt. I will wrap myself in this bitter cold to let it out once our story is fully told. I see vengeance, I will find you. My frozen heart will bind you. The ghost of rage will ride the storm. Break you down where you were born. Now centuries have passed on by, yet I still see
Yep, it's too
where
orange.
we died never again to feel the warmth of love from someone
Want more
true.
of a golden orange.
I finally got back.
Now, definitely need to make that a little bit more circular. You know, we're freehanding it.
Here inside, the icy darkness is where I hide. No one ever again to walk by my side until the day comes someone new.
I know I need to look at the details of the locket. Ah, they got a heart version. Alright. We're gonna go with the traditional version, which is, I need to see it. There it is. Alright.
Unbreakable spirit, I won't be depleted. Like a bloom, I'm fighting to grow. Through the
Let's just,
cracks,
here's what I'll do. I will, nope.
in the face of adversity, I stand tall. Unyielding
We're just gonna
strength in my
add this as we go.
every obstacle I'll face
deep
Too far.
inside. In the dark, we held hands and swore we never
Spot
part.
for that one.
But now the flame's gone, burned out and shattered my heart. You played your games, thought you could keep me on a string. And now I see the truth, your betrayal is everything. We were once allies, fighting the world side by side. But you turned on me, oh how the mighty have died. The trust we built up crumbles like ashes in the wind. Now all that's left is this burning rage within. I trusted you, but you let me down. Now I'm burning up, watching you drown. Turn to ashes, our love is fading away. Now we turn on each other, there's nothing left to say. I see through your lies, see the venom in your eyes. You thought you could walk away without a compromise, but I won't be silenced, I won't let you take it all. I'll rise from the ashes, screaming and standing tall. I'll paint the world red with the anger in my soul. You thought you could break me, but you'll never take control. We were once lovers, but now we're enemies. This battle scars us both, it's the end of our harmonies. I trusted you, but you let me down. Now I'm burning up, watching you drown. Turn to ashes, our love is fading away. Now we turn on each other.
Okay, now you're looking
Nothing
for the
left
rod.
to say.
I'm gonna redo this little area. So I noticed it's got a heart in it.
Oh, 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 oh. There's a wand in my hand, but it's useless today. Theodore's gone and it's making me fray. But who's this girl with his laugh and his coat? She's stealing his life like it's some kind of joke. Oh, Ida, you're not my Theo. You can't just show up and steal his glow. You baked his bread and wore his shoe, but girl, you don't know his magic like I do. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. I cast a spell, but it's all going wrong. I'm chasing your shadow, but you don't belong. You hold his staff like you've tamed his sparks, but you can't fake the way he lit
I
up.
thought it was a heart, but now I'm seeing it's actually more it's the moon crystal, or it's the crystal.
Steal his glow.
Millennium crystal.
Read his books and hummed his tune, but girl, you don't know his starlit moon. There's no potion for this twisted ache. Your borrowed grin just makes me break. I'll gallop through forest to bring thee back. No imposter can fill the love that we lack.
Red at the tip. No, it's gold. Alright.
charm the skies and weave through the mist. Retrace the nights we danced and kissed. Not even Ida can take what we've spun, because my Theo's magic is second to none.
Gotta add another ribbon down here. Part of the ribbon. Too far there. I can see improvement in your art, mortal. Yes. Yes, there is reported. Hey, Doki, how's it going?
I'll charm the skies and weave through the mist. Retrace
That
the
one
nights we
is
danced and kissed.
pink.
Not even Ida can take what we've
Gotta
spun,
put the gem
because
in
my
there.
Theo's magic is second to none.
That's pink, and that gets the pink.
At the good old FU, the classrooms are strange.
Been having a bunch of witches songs playing.
Arrange a symphony played on a can full of beans and quantum mechanics in worn out jeans. Fight, fight for good old FU, where nonsense and learning collide too true. Raise your pencils, lift your mugs so high, for the land of weird dreams will never.
And for those that are like, and have caught on to the stream and be like, well, you said you didn't have any swearing in there. The joke is, it's the college is named Farnsworth University. Their initials are FU.
Algebra scribbled in Morse code dots to deciphering the secrets of ancient tater tots. Fight, fight for good old.
It's the name of the college that the story takes place in.
Molds and theories brew. Wave your
In the town
flags
called
of
Philo.
glitter and glue. We march to the future at good old FU. Oh, we cheer for the school that teaches it all, from juggling jellyfish to murling a wall. Under the banner bazaar, we'll stay true, creating chaos and brilliance
So,
at good
what I'm gonna do-
old
There's a quick way to do this. The background. First,
Typical pickle study,
do
5 days a week. How to whistle in space
dark
without
blue.
missing a beat. We'll mix tap dancing with astrophysics
Last
too.
one was purple.
So much to learn at
hi.
our favorite.
Wait, is that? That's on the same layer, damn it. Alright, get rid of where the references are, but can find where they're at. Did I do that the same way?
And theories brew. Wave your flags of glitter and glue. We march to the future at good old FU.
Alright.
Lights go down streams and thanks for time we spend.
I wish I could switch the song. I've been meaning to take out the ending songs from the streams. We are not signing off at this moment. We still have another 30 minutes, over 30 minutes left in the stream, despite the song playing.
Good vibes shared a fun ride. With you, I'm filled with pride.
Alright.
See you next time, my friend. Our fun, it never ends.
And I want to do a blend.
Signing off. Don't forget my comments off. Signing off.
Try and see if I
Ring
can
the
get
bell and show some love. Good vibes shared a fun ride. With you, I'm filled with pride. See you next time, my friend. Our fun, it never ends. Signing off.
Well, actually, let's do it this way. There's a quicker way. I'm not doing it the quicker way. Let's do it this way. Okay, this is the new song, so I'll show up and let it play.
Magic hands tremble as a spell has gone wild. My fingers twitch, power like a reckless child. I saw Theo tripping over his own 2 feet. His look so cute and ridiculously impossibly sweet. Love potion, bubbling, stirring it up. Can't like brew. My heart resisting what my mind already knew. Oh, Theo, you're foolish and yet somehow grand. Years pass, here I choose to make a stand. Potions explode, shards fly past my face. Theo grinning with charm in this strange place. Their hair a mess, their robes catch on fire. Unpredictably cute, you spark my desire. Love potion, bubbling, stirring, chaotic brew. My heart resisting what my mind already knew. Oh, Theo, you're foolish and yet I can't help but fall in love with you. Years pass, and here I make a stand and reach out to you to take my hand. Weaving spells together, their small gleams so bright. I fall into a magical full spell in love under starlight. Laughing at their blunders, yet stayed through it all. My reluctant mage heart is falling as he is breaking my wall. Years stretch time, inches where rumbles on. Enchantments of love grow stronger, our fears long gone. Theo's power casting chaos in the air, and somehow now I can't help but care.
So that is Love Potion Lament, named after the upcoming single comic that's a prequel to Witchin.
Shadows from my past haunt me every
Going to a
night.
Demon Blade song.
Heart full of pain and fright, but I won't lose this fight. Whispers in the dark.
So I'm doing roses. The key with drawing roses is you need to make sure you're doing a spiral inward at times, but you're also being artistic with it, and I kind of want to get, I'm going to probably move these roses upward in front of Sailor Moon here, even though it's going to go over the shoe a little bit. And part of that reason is I wanted to do roses, considering Edmond / Tuxedo Mask. Theme is rose. So, and like I said, I've been drawing a lot of them this week. So, kind of used to them today. fact, let's that'll help me a little bit know where I'm going with the roses here. Ah, wrong layer. Oh, again, wrong layer. There's the roses, it's this layer. So a good example of how much work I'm doing these days. So I get up about 6 to 7 in the morning. I was up till about 3 in the morning last night doing art. It's on top of me, you know, like I said, I got up at 6. Today I got up at 8 since I was up till 3. But I still got up originally at 7 and went back to sleep for about an hour. I did that mainly because I was out up till 3 in the morning drawing. You know, all the comic work I have to get done because I have the weekly comics with Demon Blade and Witch in. And then I have, you know, the artwork that I'm doing for the contest with Love Potion Lament. And then I had to do the One Piece comic this week for the month. And about a week or two, I got to do Magical Princess War for the month. But Love Potion Lament's got a timeline of it's got to be done by the end of June. I can do it and do a 16-page in 2 months. It's not a problem. I've done a 16-page in a week before. I would not suggest it. I didn't sleep at all when I did that. And it just about nearly killed me when I did it. But it was doable. I just would not suggest people to do it.
Tried to hold it together, but I lost all my tries. Every laugh, every whisper echoed louder each day. From family and strangers, till it led me astray. I thought I'd find my peace now, in the silence of the night. No more tears, no more pain now, but it doesn't feel right.
Alright, see how well I did on these roses? Yeah. Kind of figured I might have a few that are going to be open. The one problem with drawing these is you run the risk of having openings throughout the way I draw them. Alright, just gotta find openings and close them.
From family and strangers, till it led me astray. I thought I'd find my peace now, in the silence of the night. No more tears, no more pain now, but it doesn't feel right.
That's petal, petal. That is not a petal, so we need to close that off.
No more tears, no more pain now, no more pain now, but it doesn't feel right. Oh, it doesn't feel right.
Still opening. Alright, I gotta find where that opening's at. I also gotta take care of. Alright, where are my openings?
In the dark of the night, she cast her spell. A witch with brains, a magic to dispel. She traded her broomstick for a college degree. Now
I see the opening here. Duh, it's right there under the hair.
she's got potions in her bag.
I mean, I will say it's probably a good thing if you're gonna do comics to learn nature, how some things are growing, especially roses. I mean, you're gonna run into roses quite a lot. So, I mean, it's kind of nice to know how roses are gonna come out color-wise and shape-wise. So I need to say that I need to finish petal there. Same here. And petal here.
New year, new me, that's the plan. Bought a gym membership, oh man. By February I'll have abs of steel, or maybe I'll discover how the couch feels. Making resolutions with a glass of wine. This year's gotta be better, here's the sign. Going vegan and learning to bake won't last a week, but I'm feeling great. Here's to a year that doesn't suck. Let's all pray for some good luck. A world so crazy, yet we care. It's a madhouse, but we're all there. Calendar flips, confetti flies. We toast to old madness in disguise. Upgrade my
I will take a
life with
shortcut from the
single
start.
cheer, but it's the madhouse,
I'm gonna put in
but
there
we're all there.
because there's gonna be sparkles. Although I think that's too small.
Calendar flips, confetti flies. We toast to old madness in disguise. Upgrade my life with a single
it's
cheer,
green
but
and
it's
white.
the same
Okay,
me,
that's why I'm not
just a
seeing it.
different year. Going for gold, dreams in my head.
Stop doing that.
Reality's hit and I stay in bed. Laughed when the clock struck midnight. Guess I'll start tomorrow, maybe I might. Here's to a year that doesn't suck. Toast together for some good luck. Crazy chaos, but we're aware each year it's wild and we still care.
Alright, let's add some shade. And do some finish touch-ups.
Took my heart, took my soul, left me feeling cold. A piece of me is missing, story left untold. Once I had it all, now there's nothing left. Faces in the shadows, stealing every breath. What I used to know crumbles into dust. Trusting in a ghost that I can never trust. Strangers, reflections, staring back at me. Who am I supposed to be? Lost in the shadows of what once was real, searching for the light to heal. Echoes of the past screaming in my mind. Guess we were all chasing something undefined. I try to hold on to fragments of the truth, but they slip away like my wasted youth. Strangers, reflections, staring back at me. Who am I supposed to be? Lost in the shadows of what once was real, searching for the light to heal. For the light to heal. Once I had it all, now there's nothing left. Faces in the shadows, stealing every breath. What I used to know crumbles into dust. Trusting in a ghost that I can never trust. Strangers, reflections, staring back at me. Who am I supposed to be? Lost in the shadows of what once was real, searching for the light to heal. Echoes of the past screaming in my mind.
Damn it.
Guess we were all chasing something undefined. I try to hold on to fragments of the truth,
let's see where
but
we're
they slip away
have
like my
openings.
wasted youth.
There.
Strangers, reflections,
likely.
staring back at me. Who am I supposed to be? Lost in the shadows of what once was real, searching
lighter. That's when they do the shading for her outfit. The white tends to be more on the blue white. It's just the way it kind of gives it a nice glossy feel. And since we're establishing strong shadows, kind of in the middle here. I mean, we're kind of just doing some art, but we're not really focusing too much on where the direct light is. If I were to go by the moon, she'd be back shadowed. We're not going to do that.
Trust and strength, the melody. In this fight, we're not alone. Twin hearts away, conqueror. Twin heart will find as one. In the dark till that almost won. The demons shall fly, we all one. Love ignites the morning sun. Silver, steel, and sacred vows. Through the night we'll mend the now. Wicked whispers in the air. Burn them with a love's flare. Eyes like steel and sacred vows. Through the night we'll mend the now. Wicked whispers in the air. Burn them with a love's flare. Telling me how to breathe. Towers
Okay.
shadows they cast. Running in circles, my future like the
Looking at our time, we got about almost a little over 15 minutes left to go. We got some more time to work on detail. See how well we did. See, that one's up. It's not. Where the opening is. That time I just hit it in the wrong spot. So,
history repeated, drowning in their pride. Every step taken.
still need to do the hair. Make the gold look a little bit more gold. Technically, she would not be wearing this amulet at the same time as having her rod, because the gem's in the rod, but not gonna fight too much detail. That would be more a nerdy moment here. But it's notable to say, okay, yeah, I acknowledge it's there.
History repeated, drowning in the pride. Every step taken can't hide or slide. Blueprints of control bleeding in my veins. Caught in their machine, feel the pains. Catapoise, doesn't ignite. Fall apart, gotta find strength ignite. Invisible chains holding me tight. Fighting to break free into the night. I will be above this, see the light. Gotta fall away, rise and ignite. Gotta find strength deep inside this mess. Look past their faces, tear off their dress. Truth through the cracks, let myself confess. Free the shadows, break free, no less. Whispers of burden tear me apart. They think they own me, won't bury my heart. House of mirrors lies within lies. Crush this facade, shed the disguise. Lost in the thoughts, trying to find a way. In a world that's pushing her further every day.
Alright.
Her heart beats fast, she's feeling the pressure. But deep inside, her dreams are treasure. She's on a stage, light shining oh so bright. A girl trapped in a role playing day and night. She smiles for the cameras, dances in the crowd. But deep inside, she's screaming out loud. Fearless dreamer, don't let them define you. In this game, you rise and make your breakthrough. You're stronger than you think, you're a shining star. Fearless dreamer, show them who you are.
Just adding some little details along this outfit. Then I need to come back and do filling.
Bronze up lights flash in the gloom, casting spells in the ancient room. Mysteries whisper in the halls, magic blooms where shadow falls.
Trying to think else.
Creaking stairs lead to secrets deep, guardian beasts in enchanted sleep. Heroes rise from fields of green
Stiff neck.
to battle dark where none have been. Through the time
Definitely gonna sleep well tonight. That's all I can say.
legends
But I will be back online, like I said, tomorrow night. We will be talking about Adventure Time on Simpsons vs. the World channel when we do animation anticlimax this month, and next month we will be covering Adventure Time seasons 1 and 2. This month, season 1. Next month, season 1, season 2. Yeah, it's the same. Yes. I'm actually going to bring this to a lighter color because her hair is lighter. So I hit her hair, and I kind of want to select this so I can get this hair a little bit better. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. That's fine. Caps lock. I also see I didn't finish the hair properly. And we still need to do the earrings real quick too. But
Mayuki's eyes burn with fire. Yoko's shadow, dark desire. Clash of spirits in the night. Sword of honor, sword of spite. Betrayal cut deep like steel. Wounds that time won't ever heal. Bloody hands draw the line. Destiny or fate's design. Blade of vengeance cuts the air. Neither wins, it's never fair. Bound to fight till none remain.
come on, stop doing that. Tab keeps switching the changing the sizes on me. That's, you guys don't get to see it, but it flips me out. This is like, I'm trying to see what I'm doing.
Through the wind, ghosts of friends who met their end. What's the price of wrath and grace? Warriors lost without a trace. Crows above in circles fly. Witness to the battle's cry. Love to hate, their hearts consume. One survives the other doomed. Blade of vengeance cuts the air. Neither wins, it's never fair. Bound to fight till none remain. Bound to break the endless chain.
And as I bring this somewhat to a close, I always have to establish, we do this each and every week. We do a request, and requests are put in by you all. You can bring it in the comments below the stream, or you can bring it in the comments when we do the video tomorrow, or Thursday, whenever I drop it. Or you can do it on any of the socials. You can ask, hey, I want to request a drawing. I will state right now the lineup is set till June. So if you have a request, it's not going to be worked on until June. We have a lineup of people who came first, but that's how it plays. I hate that I have to say that because I've had people in the past that get ugly about it, and they're like, well, why haven't you done mine this week? I gave it to you last week. It's like, well, there are people before you. Sounds like. So, let's add a little texture to our moon. And the way we're going to do it is we're going to add a little bit of a color with brush. I'm going to try dry wash and see if that will give me a little. Okay.
Creeping close now, whispers from hell, don't know how. Feel the fury, no bobo. Together we'll show. Twin hearts, wild and free. Flames burn eternity. Our bond, can't you see? Rage against destiny. Burning hearts, wild and free. Flames burn eternity. Our bond, can't you see? Rage against destiny. Haunted paths won't
Spots,
define.
so I need to do another layer. For reason. So I need to do a little bit of a highlight into them.
Haunted past won't define. Feel this future we climb side by side every time. Strength through the grime. Bleeding courage from our
We're going
veins.
to take that
Battle cries and
blue
rains.
that we
Through the
did
storm, break the chains. Fire in our brains. Through the
and sort of
storm, break
blend
the
it.
chains. Fire in our brains. Through haunted past won't define. Fearless future we climb. Side by side every time. Strength through the grind. Bleeding courage
showing
from
up.
our
Wrong
veins.
one.
Battle cries untamed reigns. Rings through the storm, break the chains. Fire in our brains. Twin hearts wild and free. Flames burn eternity.
Of course, I did all those freaking stars on there. Crap. Let's add a little, because I'm going to add a bit of the painterly effect that originally occurred in Sailor Moon, 90s version. So we'll redo the stars a bit.
Human, so tender they melt like a dream. Varieties diverse with a sweet creamy gleam. I'll savor your courage, yeah, cook it with spice. A warrior's flavor, oh so precise. Your defiance adds something we'll bake in the fire, turning terror and screams to what I desire. I've tasted kings and sampled priests, dined on lovers turned into feasts. Your sweat tells me you're rarer than rare, strong-willed, filleted, grilled with despair. Oh, can you feel it? That chill on your spine.
I should have.
Perfect for a soul so divine.
Should have. I don't know which brush it is. There it is. Saucer.
Slowly, no place to fly. I'll savor your courage, yeah, cook it with spice. A warrior's flavor, oh so precise. Your defiance
Go
adds
through and
something
do
will
the roses, a little bit more detail.
turning terror and screams to what I desire. That blade
To finish
in your
these out.
hand, it gives you belief, but to me it smells like parsley and grief. Your final stand.
add a darker red in there. We're just gonna hit some spots.
That blade in your hand, it gives you belief, but to me it smells like parsley and grief. Your final stand is my favorite thrill. Sweet dreams, blade master with time to grill.
I gave my heart, I laid it at your feet. You wrapped it up, but you played it all so sweet. Thought we had something real, something true, but you had a plan. Got me feeling like a fool. You took my love, my trust, my everything, but now I see through your deceitful strings. I won't be broken, I won't stay down, gonna rise up strong. Gonna turn this around. Yeah, you thought you had me under your control, but I've got you burning deep inside my soul. You tried to steal my heart, leave me in the dark, but I fight back. Gonna make my mark, I'll rise from the ashes stronger than before. I won't let you break me anymore. I thought we had something real, something true. But you had a
All right,
got me feeling like a fool.
there is our Sailor Moon request. Let me pull it up a little bit so and blow it up for fans. All right, definitely that finishes up our Sailor Moon request. Once again, I want to thank Angrycops for what he's been doing, and hope he continues doing what he does. Let's get this crap taken care of in the world. I also want to thank, make sure I get their name. Oh, it's Joe Bev, 910 on DeviantArt for making the request tonight for Sailor Moon. And let's go through the chatters joining us tonight. Definitely want to thank everybody there. So Joe Chittado, or Chittadino, Joseph Chittadino for earlier for chatting. Thanks for chatting. Danny Vision, thanks for chatting. Finboy Discussion, Hedadio, thanks for chatting. Danny, let's see, Senato, and Roki Disguiser, thank you for chatting. Thank you for joining in. As always, go out there and be the best you that you can be. Definitely be better than the Buffalo Public School Department Division of New York. And as always, have a wonderful week and a wonderful year. Good night, everybody.
Lights go down streams and thanks for time we spend. Laughs and smiles all through night. With you, it feels just right. Signing off. Don't forget like, comment, song. Signing off. Ring the bell and show some out. Good vibes, shared a fun ride. With you, I'm filled with pride.